Okay, if everyone could take their seats, please, we'll begin.
Again, I would like to make an announcement.
Okay, good evening. Welcome to the February 12th, 2026 Barnstable Town Council meeting. In accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, I must inquire whether anyone is recording this meeting, and if so, please make your presence known. Seeing no one, this meeting is being recorded and televised live via Xfinity Channel 8, Channel 1070, and High Definition Channel 1072. It may also be accessed via the Government Access Channel live stream feed on the town website, the My Barnstable app, and the dedicated Barnstable streaming apps. Councilor Ledke, if you could introduce our veteran for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Roll call.
I'm sorry, roll call. I'm just in such a hurry to get going here.
Councilors Bloom,
Here.
Burdick,
Present.
Clark, here. Crocker,
Here.
Crow,
Here.
Deleuze,
Here.
Keene,
Here.
Levesque,
Here.
Ludke,
Here.
Penn, Scheingold,
Here.
Starr,
Here.
Tamish.
Here.
It is all 13.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Ledke, if you would, please.
Thank you, President Tamish. We have a real treat this evening. We have, and I think the picture's going to come up on the screen. We have Lieutenant Bob Stolte here. And if you can see, he's wearing a uniform that he wore 60 years ago. And yes. And sitting beside him is his beautiful wife, Shirley, and they've been married 60 years. She was with him when they went into the Army together. And look at his pictures. You can see in the middle there he is, active duty, in the same uniform he has there. And that's probably about 1965. And then on either side, he's flanked by pictures from Fort Devens when he was in the Army Reserves. And anyone who's been in the military in this era will recognize that building behind him. You can still see buildings like that out at Joint Base Cape Cod. And he would do his summer drill, and there he was doing some instructional work, seated at the table. And there he is on the far left with his group during their summer camp. So let's hear a little bit about Bob. First Lieutenant Bob Stolte was born and grew up on Long Island, graduated from Clarkson University in 1964 with a Bachelor of Science in Industrial Distribution, and as a senior ROTC graduate was commissioned a second lieutenant in the U.S. Army Signal Corps. He served on active duty from January 1965 to January 1967. Following some Army schools, including Airborne School, he was assigned to Signal Company, 3rd Special Forces Group, Airborne, at Fort Bragg, where he served as a platoon leader, an executive officer, and as a first lieutenant, he was the company commander of Signal Company. Following active duty, Bob returned to work for what is today Exxon for 36 and a half years, retiring in 2000. For the last half of his career, Bob worked in facilities management and corporate security. During his Exxon career, Bob and his family lived in Stony Brook, New York, Danbury, Connecticut, and Bridgewater, New Jersey. While on Long Island, Bob served in an Army Reserve unit for 2 years and also earned an MBA at Adelphi University. Bob and his wife, Shirley, moved to West Barnstable in 2003. They have 3 married children and 7 grandchildren. Bob has been an active participant in a number of local organizations, including 13 years with the West Barnstable Fire Department as an EMT and as a chief's aide. He has also been treasurer and currently assistant treasurer and financial secretary at West Parish of Barnstable and a director and assistant treasurer of the 1717 Meeting House Foundation. After retiring from the West Barnstable Fire Department in 2016, he became a director and currently treasurer of the West Barnstable Civic Association. For 22 years, Bob was a member of the West Barnstable Village Festival Committee and more recently was a member of the West Barnstable 4th of July Parade Committee. He is also a member and past president of the Cape Cod Men's Club. Bob had the honor of being West Barnstable's Citizen of the Year in 2019 and with his wife, the Grand Marshals of the West Barnstable 4th of July Parade in 2021. Both honors he shares with Chris Clark. During January to June 2025, Bob was a senior volunteer in the Barnstable Town Clerk's Office. Let's welcome First Lieutenant Bob Stolte to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you for that introduction, very nice. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You remain standing for a moment of silence. Tonight, I would like to recognize Mel Pawsey. Mel Pawsey died a couple weeks ago at the age of 99. Up until his death, he was an active volunteer here at Town Hall. He was on the Board of Assessors. For a number of years, he was a volunteer also at the police department. If you got a ticket in Barnstable, probably for a period of 10 years or so, he put you into the system. But Mel was a great guy, and he loved his volunteer work and getting out and being with people. So if you could keep Mel in your thoughts, and also would like to recognize all who have died in the service of our country. Thank you. Councilor Deleuze, did you?
Good evening. There's something I want to say that transpired that I didn't agree with. So, to President Hamish, my fellow councilors, and to the members of the public, I have announcements to make it this morning. In response to an email letter that was handed to me on January 29th, last town council meeting, and what the town attorney told me in your presence, the presence of all the town councils and the members of the public in the audience, I am given notice that upon advice on my council, including information and advice from the State Ethics Commission, I have been advised that there are no violations from which there are any grounds under Section 19 of the Conflict of Interest laws that justify or require any factual reason as to why I might need to be compelled to recuse myself from any of the four amendments zoning ordinance on the agenda for tonight under old business. I have submitted to the town clerk my disclosure of appearance under Section 23B, 3 of the Conflict of Interest law. Therefore, I will not be recusing myself from participating as a member of the town council starting today and thereafter as to all the items numbered listed on the agenda. Pages are sticking. Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you. we will move on to public comment. Please make sure you sign in with your name and village for public comment. Public comment is 3 minutes. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. Written comments are always welcome at council@town.barnstable.ma.us and will be distributed to the entire council. If you choose to email an individual counselor, it may not be necessarily distributed to all counselors. I wish to remind everyone that no member of the public may speak without first being recognized by the presiding officer. The public will have an opportunity to speak during the public comment portion of the meeting and during any public hearing on an agenda item. You're free to express your thoughts, opinions, and criticisms during public comment. However, your comments should be directed to the council as a body through the presiding officer. You may not speak directly to any individual counselor. You also should not be addressing your comments to anyone else in this room, not to town staff, and not to another member of the audience. Public comment is to be directed to the council. We also ask that members of the public refrain from making audible comments during the meeting unless they have been recognized to speak by the presiding officer. Is there anyone for public comment? Kim?
Good evening. My name is Karen Kim McGuire, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Greater Hyannis Civic Association. And I want to make it very clear that my comments tonight are to the entire town council and not to any individual town councilor. Thank you. Talking about item number 2026-089, order approving amendments to the town council rules. The Greater Hyannis Civic Association submitted on January 20th a letter to the town council stating our concern for 3 items, including this agenda item on the use of official town stationery or letterhead. I asked our January 20th letter be included in written communications regarding this particular agenda item. We thank you for addressing this issue in a timely manner and voting on it tonight. Thank you very much. It's very timely. As you establish regulations regarding responsible addressing this particular issue, we want to, regarding letterhead, I urge you to do the following things when issuing endorsements. First, please be very knowledgeable on how the letter of endorsement is going to be used. It could be misleading, it could be misinformation, and if that's the case, please speak up and correct the misinformation. For example, in the HAC application to the Brewster Community Preservation Committee under Section 5, Community Support, it states that the application includes a letter of support from the Barnstable Town Council. That is misleading and false. And this information was on their website, so this is Section 5 of that particular application. If you don't correct misinformation, it could be used over and over again in a misleading way. So please check with your town attorney, with your code of conduct, and discuss this among yourselves. Is it your responsibility as a town council, as a whole, or an individual town councilor, to correct misuse of information included in a letter on the Town of Barnstable letterhead? Second issue I want to mention is when issuing an endorsement on town councilor letterhead for an award of funds.
You have 30 seconds.
I urge you to be fully knowledgeable of the criteria that must be met for the award. I want to thank you very much for your consideration of this matter and recognize all of the hard work that you do. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Also, I would like to announce that Councilor Penn is attending via Zoom, if that wasn't clear. Okay. Mr. Brigham.
Hi, yes, my name is Rick Brigham. I live in Hyannis. I'm here to speak about the shelter. I worked in the Hyannis shelter for 27 years. I have a few observations and questions. I am here to advocate for all neighbors. our neighbors in need, our neighbors with businesses, our neighbors who live or will live near the shelter, and even you, our neighbors with positions of influence and decisioning. The topic has been very difficult in some ways for many years. It's not because of the neighbors in need, but perhaps because there needs to be a few changes. I have questions that could lead to solutions. Here are some of them. In the program, is the program adding an additional burden to the housing demands of the Cape? In 2024, St. Joseph's stats showed that there were 40 people who came from other places than the Cape, other towns in the state, other states, even other countries. So 40 people are added to adding to the housing demand. Is the program unintentionally perhaps facilitating the creation of illegal camps? Some of our neighbors in need have behavioral issues. Sometimes they're banned from the shelter. What's the accountability? What's the follow-up? If they're just literally out in our community, it may be natural for them to maybe set up a camp behind the armory, near a school, near a residence. So is there a way we could bring better accountability to that? Is the program also creating vagrancy? If dozens of people are having to leave during the day and their vagrancy, idly wandering, are we actually creating vagrancy, again, perhaps unintentionally? There is the possibility of a town-based home community solution. While I worked with the shelter that was in Hyannis, I did a pilot. I'm going to give one example quickly. There was a woman who was in a different town. She was in a motel room. Her case manager called, refer her to the shelter. I asked a few questions, found out she was going into a residence in 4 months, and she was about $160 short for staying in the motel for those 4 months. I suggested to the case manager that she call a few local churches that I knew would be generous. For $640, she wasn't disrupted. She didn't have to come to Hyannis. I think there really could be a town-based home community solution. Just some other questions that have come up.
30 seconds.
Is HAC, as they've been raising funds for the renovations, have they been perhaps unintentionally doing some misleading? Do people know that as a resource center, but has it really changed the program? Are any of the funds going to help Catholic Charities with the day program? Are contributors thinking they're helping with the program, not just the renovations? Is HAC actually amplifying the magnet that the shelter is and perhaps creating...
Mr. Brigham, please finish your sentence. And
certainly. In conclusion, we need perhaps a public forum to methodically answer these questions in order to have a better solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schwab.
Yes. Good evening, Eric Schwab, Hyannis. I attended the Brewster meeting of the CPC where the Chief Legal Officer of the Housing Assistance Corp, Robert Brennan, represented a package of information that included the letter that we've been discussing. There were a number of representations made which were recorded on videotape and been posted online. One of which is that our president, Mr. Tamash, is in favor of moving the shelter to West Main Street. That was clearly stated by Mr. Brennan as a retort to my claim or my request that Brewster not distribute funds until they are in receipt of a letter from the town council recommending the disbursement of $100,000. This has become a fiasco. The letter in question is circulating throughout the Cape. It's going to Bourne next. There are meetings in Bourne that include the package of information. And, a senior officer with the Housing Assistance Corp is making serious misrepresentations about community support. He mentioned a counselor who's been trying to resolve the issue as being in agreement. He mentioned Stephen Sues as being ready to accept the shelter across the street from them. And he even mentioned the daily paper and said, yep, they were on board. So, the president of the council, two prominent business owners in West Hyannis, and a prominent counselor who's been trying to resolve the situation were all mentioned by name by Mr. Brennan before the Brewster CPC meeting. And it was on the basis of those representations that the Brewster CPC voted to allow the disbursement, okay? And they go into Bourne next. They're doing the dog and pony show all over the Cape. And they're making all of you look like fools. I'm sorry. You need to issue a statement about the content of the letter that's being distributed without any action from you folks. So I would hope that you take some responsibility and clarify the situation, especially you, Mr. Tremash. If you could clarify your position vis-a-vis the shelter, I think we would all appreciate
30
that.
seconds.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Julius.
There's, I guess, no pen here, but good evening, friends. So officially, I'm your favorite John Julius from Hyannis. Once again, I feel like I live here. I'm here tonight also on the matter of hack, and I will begin by serving all of you the following public notice. Under the Community Preservation Act, CPA of 2004, referenced by Mass General Law, Chapter 44B, formerly known as the Land Bank from 2000, guided by Chapter 149, Section 298 of the Acts of 2004, I hereby give public notice to every single one of you 13 town councilors of the following: that it is patently illegal, let me repeat that, illegal for any town to use CPA or CPC funds for any other purpose than the following: A, acquiring open space; B, preserving historic resources; C, supporting community housing, that's long-term housing, not shelter housing; and D, development land for recreational use. It's my understanding that our good friends from the Housing Assistance Corp., as Eric just mentioned, are currently petitioning towns throughout the Cape to donate $100,000 for the purpose of renovations or the move of the current homeless shelter to its move to 460 West Main Street. Under the statute, this would be an illegal use of CPA or CPC funds. If hack appears before you, any of you, or all as a group at any time in the future, I'm giving you notice on this 12th day of February 2026. If any such vote were to transpire for this request, this matter would be immediately, I've actually already got it ready to go in an envelope, up to the Massachusetts Inspector General. It would then go on to the Massachusetts Attorney General for their investigation and remedy. Furthermore, if this council ignores the original intent of the statute, if we fully intend to gather signatures to withdraw altogether from the CPA, that'd be something unfortunate, because CPA funds are supposed to be used for these purposes, not for a shelter and nothing else. And I'm not going to stand for it, because I've seen so many times in the past the town of Barnstable back in the late 90s and 2000 with their illegal use of land bank funds. I will not stand for it. You have all been served notice. Thank you. You've been served the notice. I handed that in to the clerk. So it's a forewarning, so I'd pay very close attention to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Tamish. My name's Larry Moran from Katuah. This is a little off the path from what I usually do, but I'm looking ahead to the item under new business, 2026-145. It talks about a grant for DEP purpose for hydrological evaluations. If ever there was a particular item that should be under public, it should be a public hearing, this is one that should be. The item immediately above this says refer to public hearing. I recommend that somebody, one of you or more of you, moving this to the next public hearing next week, 2 weeks. The reasons are pretty simple. First of all, there are 2 pending appeals before the DEP dealing with the Pleasant Hill projects. More than that, there are other matters dealing with DEP, conservation, and DPW, all of which need to be scrutinized, and you have not yet received the information about that. Third, if there's a grant, and if there's a purpose, to do hydrological evaluations, those are matters that need to be looked at much more closely than somebody from some department scanning it and just saying, this is what it's going to be. That's not the way it should be done. There should be somebody that's objective and well-trained and knowledgeable in what they're talking about. Those are the people that should be presenting it, and those are the people that the public should be hearing. So that's what I'm asking for, and I'm hoping you act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one moment, please. I should have brought a sticker, it'd be easier. So Kathy Ledeck here, Barnstable Village. Good evening, councilors. Thank you for your service. My comments here are my own. They don't reflect the opinions of any other organization. So I served as a member of the ad hoc zoning committee, and thank you for that opportunity. What did I learn? I learned that we need to tighten up our zoning ordinance. 1, to include more details and more specificity, and 2, improve it so that it includes details that our community really wants. These zoning amendments that you'll see tonight are a really good start for that. In my opinion, our current zoning ordinance is leading to building projects that include 4-story square box buildings with no property boundary setback from the front sidewalk. Let's show that we learn from our experiences and plan for better development going forward. The zoning amendments from the Ad Hoc Zoning Committee are thoughtfully prepared and include a lot of input from the community. I would say please vote yes on 2026-003, 006, and 007. For 2026-005 regarding building height, I agree that more specificity is needed, and Mr. Schulte, the chair of the Ad Hoc Zoning Committee, will talk to you about that later. My opinion on the building height matter, no higher than 35 feet or 3 stories, whichever is lower. Next, I want to speak about the public comments submitted by Cape Cod Healthcare about the zoning amendments. First, I want to thank Cape Cod Healthcare for sharing their ideas. It is unfortunate, though, that the committee didn't hear about this earlier. So how do we move forward now that we have this input? First, let's acknowledge that, yes, Cape Cod Healthcare owns multiple properties, and yes, they are a large, important employer for our community. And yes, they provide all of us with valuable services. At the same time, they're just one of many different property owners. These zoning amendments are about the greater community effort to specify what we want to see as development in the community, rather not about one property owner. Now, I move forward here. How do we move forward? I suggest a solution that would be really easy to implement. After the vote to approve the 3 ad hoc zoning committee amendments, a town councilor could make a follow-up motion that could say something like this. The town council directs the newly formed 2026 ad hoc zoning committee to review the zoning in the growth incentive zone and or the medical overlay district, and specifically review each property owned by Cape Cod Healthcare. Let's find out what they're planning and how it fits into the neighborhood. Mr. Schulte will talk to you later. He'll make some suggestions.
Please finish the sentence you're on, then sit down, please.
Please vote yes on 2026-003, 006, and 007. And thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey,
Barboza.
how are you? Okay, first off, y'all make me sick because I am so tired of coming out in the wintertime. But we got to fight this stuff because this is getting crazy. Now, my opinion, all these houses that are going up.
Marianne, would you identify yourself for the
Oh,
record?
Marianne Barboza. But all these apartments that are going up, people have kind of calmed down because they're believing that a lot of them are going to be for affordable, and people aren't going to be in the streets. But we all have come to learn that's kind of a lie, because the state has a thing where it goes on percentages, and Barnstable took care of that years ago when they allowed the zoning to come in and make residential areas business areas. They pushed poor folks out or into the woods somewhere, okay? So, of course, as of today, you have more powerful, rich people, not powerful, but more rich, because the low income, people who are struggling, we're not going nowhere. I'm one of them, and I'll be doggone if I'm going anywhere. And I am so tired of, we don't want this place or that place. The community is so offended. Too bad. If the zoning board did what they were supposed to do years ago, and Barnstable wasn't part of the little good old boy network, allowing them to get rid of affordable stores, get rid of, half of these places, these streets, these homes I lived on, they're gone. They're businesses now. So what's up? These committees are full of it. No disrespect to none of you here, because you probably weren't here when a lot of these changes were being made. But people need to live. And I don't want everyone to speak, well, it's not our fault because the government says according to percentage, okay? No. And I'll be the first to tell anybody, including any millionaire, I'll stand here and tell them I'm just as good as he or she is. And that I mean. I'm not going anywhere. So to try to hide a shelter somewhere off in the woods, put people in homes. Your study's saying, well, half of these people are working 2 or 3 jobs. They can't help it if the rents are going up, the food's going up, but their pay's not going up. And then you talk about the wonderful health care. Everything about Cape, I worked there for enough years.
30 seconds.
Okay, please. I love you to death, but I wish, maybe not you personally, but I wish these committees would protect and care for the people as much as you all do for those 3-minute timing. You all jump on that 3 minutes. Care for the people the same way. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to fix it. Because you know what? There is one...
3 minutes is up. Can you finish your sentence?
I'm getting there, but every time you talk, I'm going to forget. There is one department in this town, and that is the police department.
Can you finish your sentence, please?
I'm going to have to keep starting. Just let me finish.
There's a 3 minutes.
Well, okay, good. Let's make it 4. I bet everyone's going to have a heart attack if I don't finish. Let me just finish, because I'm going to finish. Now, the police department, they didn't have 1,001 little committee meetings to change. When McDonald got in there, he changed things. There is now a working thing. I'm not saying the police are perfect. No, they're not. But at least they now work with the community. So all it takes is character. And a lot of these committees don't have it. But don't be talking about, we don't want no shelter on West Main Street. Why? Some rich person going to be offended? Well, poor people live here.
Marion, thank you.
Yeah, well, thank you, but I love you. You know it's nothing personal. I love you, but come on. You guys, you're representing us, not just rich people. And I know you keep rolling your eyes. I know you and I don't have a good report anyway. But in all honesty to you...
I'm just a timekeeper. I'm just...
Well, good. Please, care about me the way you do about the time. Because ask them to up our pay or lower the rents or something. People out here working 2 or 3 jobs and still being put in the street. And nobody cares, but we want to do the zoning, and healthcare can save it. Because healthcare does not care. Go in that hospital and not have any money and see if they treat you or give you surgery. You're out the door. And I'm sorry. That time you worry about, we don't want to offend this person, offend that person. Too bad. Give them money. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. Today I'm worked up because I'm not good in the wintertime, and I did not want to come down here today.
All right.
But I had had to. But if I run into that millionaire, I will tell them. Of course, I might borrow $100 million, but.
All right. Any further public comment? Thank you, Mary Ann.
Got no shit from the crowd.
Mr. Hirschler.
Good evening, President Tamish and members of the council. My name is Nathan Hirschler. I live in Sandwich. I'm also the owner of record for 296 through 302 Main Street in Hyannis, so I'm speaking as someone directly affected by the downtown code and by how this process is being run. I'm here regarding the downtown zoning package presently before you. I will not summarize the text. You know the proposals. My point tonight is process, record integrity, and whether this council is prepared to legislate while the factual file is still incomplete. Before I get to records, from the start, the concern was that these ad hoc committees would be used to steer the result, not study the problem. You can do that through who sits on them, what they're allowed to consider, and what information is in the packet. The town's disclosures since then reinforce that concern. First, in Barnstable Unofficial, just this week, Housing Commissioner Eric Schwab has represented to residents that this package is effectively settled. That framing is improper. These are public hearings. The council is the decision maker. I am asking you to state clearly on the record that the outcome is not predetermined and that this hearing is substantive.
Mr. Schwab, please.
Second, the documentary record is incomplete. We now have the town's admission. This week, the town filed a public records petition acknowledging that a search of Councilor Crow's personal email account produced more than 1,900 responsive emails. The same filing identifies non-town accounts used for town business associated with Councilors Felicia Penn, Chris Clark, Charlie Bloom, and Betty Ludke. A further large tranche of responsive records is expected by the end of February. In plain terms, a substantial body of council-related communications has not been available to the public while these issues have been moving forward towards a vote. Third, the record already produced shows Mr. Schwab is not merely commenting from the sidelines. He's communicating with officials and explicitly referencing the ad hoc committee pipeline, including efforts to have materials routed to the committee and considered before recommendations were finalized. The record also shows him coordinating offline with intermediaries, including asking Bob Schulte to review a zoning proposal and discuss it with Council President Tamish. This is agenda shaping outside the public lane. When you combine that with off-system communication and an incomplete record, public confidence is compromised. Fourth, tonight you are also considering a rule requiring councilors to use town email and town phones. That rule is clearly necessary. It also confirms the problem. If public records compliance matters enough to change your rules tonight, it matters enough to wait for the record before you finalize a structural rewrite to downtown zoning. My requests are specific. Continue the zoning items to a date after the pending productions are released. Before any
Wrap up
final
your comments, it's over 3 minutes.
Okay, 20 more seconds, please. Before the final vote, require one plain English impacts packet that an ordinary resident can understand quickly. A map showing exactly which parcels change districts, a parcel list, a short memo identifying which existing uses become non-conforming or newly constrained, and 2 simple before-after examples showing what a realistic redevelopment might look like under the current rules versus the proposed passage. And third, publish the ad hoc committee record in an evaluable form, membership, scope, drafts, red lines, and any dissenting views or memos, including those of Mr. Etienne's, which seems to have disappeared. If the council proceeds tonight, it does so with
We're
notice
going
that
on
the record
4
is
minutes. Can you
incomplete.
please finish your sentence?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Mr. Deleuze.
Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? I love to hear that. Yeah, I know. I can hear everybody so happy to be here. Me too. Okay, a few things. I'll try and make it as quick as possible.
and as open as possible. Now, the zoning situation that we're all fussing and fighting over, we know how all this got going. And part of the zoning problem was like down on 32 Pleasant Hill Lane, which has been changed from residential to commercial to neighborhood to promises to trying to get Mr. Deleuze kicked off for conflict of interest, which would probably have some finagling going on in there to change it. So now that she's back in here, that's great. Now this whole thing, this whole mess with the zoning laws and the wetlands and all this stuff around in there started down there on that damn 268 Stevens Street crap, when they started to put in that pump station, which they ran and drained the ponds behind our houses. That's what started all this mess. And it was done illegally, and we all know it. They did it for 10 days with no permission, no ground surveys, no order of conditions, nothing. They got a sign from across the street from another property, stuck it on the fence and said, those people that live over there, they won't know the difference. Well, we did. We looked it up, and we found out they were lying. Took a phony sign and put it on the property and thinking no one would notice. And then got the damn nerve to sit there and tell us, well, as I spoke to Miss Chris Clark at the Save Our Ponds unit down there in the Fuller Farms in 149. I asked her about this whole situation. And I said, what's going on? And I said, you got to pay attention to what's going on. I said, they're taking signs from properties and putting them on other properties. You looked me dead in the face, my sister's right there next to me, and you told me, well, we routinely use old signs. That means you must have a closet full of them to hand out to people whenever they want to use them. You don't reuse old signs to put on properties so people can build illegally. That's foolishness. And you, Mr. Levesky, you come down and visit me down there on Pleasant Hill Lane when I walked through that whole entire property, and you were disgusted with the whole project. You stood right there, and my sister's house is there, and you want to put a 4-story building right here with a 90-car parking lot behind it on top of a wetland. And you were disgusted. You told me, I wish I'd never voted for this, Jeff. This is not proper. Yes, you
30
did.
seconds.
Neary came down, he did the same thing. He changed his vote after he saw it and says, this should not happen. I said, of course it shouldn't happen. It's a mess. And now they want to convert it into a commercial zone when it's been always residential. Now all this sneakiness is going on and draining a wetland. And Tom Lee and his cronies telling everybody it's dry. And I'm out there in my kayak going up and down the dry stream. But it's dry.
Mr. Deleuze, can you finish your sentence? Please.
Yep, you can give me a few Levetsky minutes. He seems to take them whenever he wants them, hours and hours of talking. So this whole thing, I was disgusted with the whole thing to see that this would actually happen. And you know damn well this was not supposed to go on like this. You don't drain a wetland and get away with it and then change it from intermittent to from perennial, and it's stated all over the GIS maps and the GIS maps, it's perennial, which requires a 200-foot setback. And by making it intermittent and sucking it bone dry, killing every damn thing that lived in that pond, turtles, eels, muskrats, ducks don't even go there, it was dust. My kayak's sitting on dry ground. They sucked it bone dry. And now they're going, oh, it's dry. We can build now. And since it's dry, we can only have to go back 50 feet.
Please? Would you finish up, please, Jeff?
I'm just so horribly friggin' mad at this. And one final thing. I was supposed to have a contract with Sunrun, put solar panels on my roof. And they went to see Mr. Hoops. And Mr. Hoops emailed me and told me my house was on a wetland and I can't touch any trees. My sister's sitting on a damn wetland right next to where they want to put Bornstein wants to put his place, and he wants to cut down 250 trees. And I can't touch 2 over my roof, and I'm not even on the damn wetland. This doesn't make any sense. It's just vindictiveness, and now he's got himself on the bind, and now all of a sudden, oh, you're approved. It's too late, because I canceled the contract. Because I didn't want to get into a war with the town over this. They didn't ask for all this. I just want to live a nice, peaceful, nice life on a nice, respectable street that you're not going to put two 4-story buildings, 90 cars over here, 50 cars over there, and strip mine the entire neighborhood of every damn tree
Jeff.
and make it look like Chart House Village.
Jeff, would you finish up, please?
I'm
Thank
done.
you.
I hope you all, I'm sorry I have to be this way, but I didn't want to be this way. I just don't like people lying. And this is sad. It's sad what you guys have been doing. Some of you, not all of you. And I hope you see the pictures that I've sent out. I'm sure a lot of you have of that house sitting next to my sister's house. It's an absolute disgrace. Right up to the street. Not probably 5 feet of space between the street and the building. Good night, everybody. I need an aspirin.
Good evening, counselors. My name is Kim Norton. I live in South Yarmouth, and I work for Duffy Health Center at 94 Main Street in Hyannis. I want to urge you to rethink the restrictions on medical properties in the rezoning. It affects not only the hospital, but others of us as well who care for thousands of patients a year who otherwise will not be able to be treated and many times will die from lack of treatment. I think there are ways to address what the town wants to address in terms of design, setbacks, all of that, without negatively impacting the citizens who need all of our locations in Hyannis to receive their critical health care. I do feel like after reading through the zoning regulations and what everyone is interested in changing, it's easy to sort of say, okay, we understand that healthcare is absolutely imperative to our residents. Everyone since the beginning of time knows that they go to Hyannis for care, for much of their care. I do, I'm sure many of you do. And I urge you to look specifically at medical care and how it will be negatively impacted and find a solution. And I do think there are easy ones where other goals can be achieved while not negatively impacting critical health care for Cape Codders. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, anyone online?
We do. They'll be coming over in a moment. Councilor Penn has her hand up. I'm not sure.
Councilor Penn?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to some public comment. If you'd like me to wait, I'm happy to do so.
Would you please, till we're done with the public comment?
All right.
Thank you.
We're supposed to have Cliff Carroll, but they're not sure in the back room if whether or not he's still on, as he's not replying. Mr. Carroll, if you're on, could you please unmute? You have 3 minutes.
Okay, we will move on. If he comes back in, I will certainly give him an opportunity to speak.
We also have Sandy Fitzgerald. Sandy, you may unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, town councilors, for allowing me to speak this evening. I wanted to touch on 2 topics. Yesterday, I watched online the Assembly of Delegates meeting, and the reason how I found out about it is I was actually on a different town's calendar, and the Assembly of Delegates had their meeting posted to the town calendar. So I was wondering, for one, because of so much is affected with Barnstable County, if there's an opportunity to add their meetings onto your town calendar so it's visible. Brewster had it, and I was hoping that we could possibly do the same. And number two, I'm just addressing the gentleman that spoke up regarding the public records requests and the ad hoc committees. And when you look at the ad hoc committees, I find it insulting because there were multiple town councilors on those committees, and certainly citizens, residents would be asking questions to ad hoc committee members. Our vice president, Jeff Mendez, who is a no-nonsense, I do not believe that anyone was doing anything unethically. And I think that there's been pushback from the ad hoc committees from day one. When President Penn when she presented it to the town council, there were several, maybe one, very vocal that did not believe that they would work. And as a matter of fact, if you look at the zoning ad hoc committee and you look at the members and you look at their history, it goes back to their work and what they've done in their past life. And there's a gentleman who's a city planner, and I feel that to attack these ad hoc committees and to kick this can down the road and to vote again for the zoning, it's not correct. It should be heard tonight. Just because Mr. Hirschler has public record requests out there that he wants to use against sitting town councilors, that's his choice. But this is just a way to delay tonight's vote. Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening.
Hi, folks. Kat Stewart. I'm a resident of Hyannis, and I'm happy to be here chatting with you guys. I'm going to reiterate. I'm forgetting her name. The woman who was just commenting prior to me. Transparency in government is so important, and my preparedness for being able to comment is really prohibited by my awareness of this meeting and this agenda. So I just kind of want to reiterate that the more that you guys can do to push out this agenda in real time, whether it's on social media or with newsletters, the more engagement that you're going to get in a healthy way from the public. So I'm a 30-something resident of Hyannis. I live and work in this community. I'm trying to build a life in this community. I work in real estate and urban planning, and I just wanted to have I don't have criticism one way or another, except a gentle reminder that the more we are putting space towards parking, the more that we're taking away from the community in terms of having really livable, walkable spaces for pedestrians, safe lanes for people to bike in, area for buses. We could be putting time, energy, and money infrastructure into new bus routes, added bus routes, and that creates opportunity to have better, routes for emergency vehicles and stuff like that. So, when I see, and I think that the development that's going on, it's such a good thing. And I understand that developers have to break even, and that parking, we all need our cars. But I just really want to encourage a continued dialogue with a pedestrian-focused attitude, especially with an aging population in our area. We should be reliant on public transportation. So I just really wanted to pop on and encourage that. And that's really all I had. I appreciate you guys and your time and everything that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll has hung up and there's no other comment.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as my custom, comments submitted by the public to the entire town council via email. Email received from Eliza Cox in Jeannie Campus, sent on behalf of the Cape Cod Hospital regarding the proposed zoning amendments. Email from Michael Loft, President CEO, Cape Cod Healthcare, regarding the zoning amendments. John Richmond regarding the fallacies of form-based zoning. John Richmond regarding voting consistently. Ken Alsman regarding the downtown Hyannis form-based zoning. Nathan Hirschler regarding the downtown Hyannis zoning amendments. Chris Gregory proposed zoning changes. And Ella Sampu regarding the zoning amendments. So I just wanted to acknowledge that those had been sent in. Okay, council response to public comment. Councilor Penn, we'll start with you. You had your hand up.
Thank you, President Tamish. I just want to say that two really quick comments. One is that regarding the Cape Cod healthcare letter, I just want everybody to know that Cape Cod healthcare, as much as I love the staff, I think the care is fabulous. I'm very happy to live about 10 minutes away from them, but they don't pay one single penny, not one penny for taxes in this town for any of the properties that they own, whether they be single buildings, whether they be the hospital itself. That has to change. The people, the residents of Hyannis are forced to pay for their 4-story ladder for fire and public safety, and that's not right. Not a penny. Shame on them. That's all I can say. Their politics is awful. Their care is fabulous. All right? So I did want to say that. And Mr. DeLuz, you need to talk to your sister about other options at 32 Pleasant Hill. That's all I'm going to say to that, too. Have a good night.
Thank you. Any further council response on my left? Seeing none. Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, I won't respond specifically to the zoning articles because I think we'll have a lot of discussion on those in the agenda. But I think there were some overall themes here this evening, and they had a lot to do with trust, a lot to do with integrity, a lot to do with process. I mean, across the spectrum, from the discussion of the shelter to the discussion of the zoning, and just everything seems to focus on that, on trust, process, and transparency. And I will say, I think the shelter does deserve a lot more. I think Karen McGuire says, when you know things aren't quite right, you ought to do something about it. And you can't just let stuff out there and say, well. And, you know, I think the shelter, and if someone says something about the shelter, they're a bad person, because how can you, and that's not necessarily the case. You know, we have some very big actors in this town. We have an agreement with the Steamship Authority. We don't exactly abide by it. I mean, we lengthened their ship, and I don't still remember anything coming back on that. But we do have an agreement, and we get an embarkation fee, okay? They're an 800-pound gorilla in this town. When we had the wind, we did an agreement with the wind folks, with Avangrid, if people have forgotten that. That was a big impact on our town. Councillor Penn mentioned the hospital. No, they don't pay any taxes. And you know what? They don't have a heliport. They rely on Gateway Airport. Nantucket has a heliport. They're on an island, and they have an airport, but yet Nantucket Cottage Hospital has a heliport. Falmouth has a heliport. And correct, you mentioned the ladder trucks. Cape Cod Hospital didn't give a dime to Hyannis Fire to help with that. I think we need some agreements, and I think we need a good neighbor agreement. And thank you to Rick Brigham. What a joy you are. What a gentle soul, and what amazing ideas you have. He's talked about neighbors in need. Well, we're all neighbors in need, all of us. Everyone, the businesses, the residents, the hospital, the Steamship Authority, the homeless. I haven't even heard them in the discussion. Maybe they have a voice in this too. The actual homeless people are in the shelter. So we need to do a better job at bringing everyone together. There's a lot of different pieces to this, and I think Marianne addressed that beautifully too. So that's just my overarching comment. We need to do a better job, and we need to, treat these big actors in similar fashion. Let's pull up our sleeves and do some more agreements and get the citizens involved. And again, I'll speak a lot more on the zoning as we get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Boone?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think some aspersions were cast upon me tonight, and I just want to say something. It was insinuated that because I had an email address that wasn't town, that somehow that was a bad thing to do. We had no town phones at that time. we had no town email. I used that email for town business, and I will give you all of it that I have. But I don't really like the fact that you're casting aspersions upon me as if having that email address was something wrong.
Thank you. Councilor Crowe?
I'd also like to respond to that accusation. Let me explain what the emails that are being looked for. The emails that are being looked for are precinct emails. They are used prior to our election and for dealing with elections and all that other stuff. When we went to the town was, a number of us, including myself, were pushing for town phones because of lack of information from previous councils. So we asked that those town phones and town addresses be put together. The legal at the time said, well, we're not going to be ready for a few months. You're not going to have phones or town email addresses. So use your precinct numbers until that happens. Okay, so we have 4 requests. Mine was about a week ago, and 3 other councils got the same request for those precinct emails. And it was, in the way it was presented, that we were actually hiding something. Well, this was actually what the town attorney asked us to do, and that's what we did. So that's why those emails exist. And until we got our new phones, then we went over to barnstable.gov, which is the official emails for all of us. So it's a simple misunderstanding, and it's been taken to a level that is speculative, and I don't think any of us should be cast aspersions toward because we are doing what the town asks us to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I just want to mention one additional letter from Aaron Webb was left off the list, and that was regarding the shelter and Hack moving to West Main Street.
President Tamish, can I just ask, I also sent a letter that you did not mention on misrepresentation by the hospitals. And I just want that noted. Nothing bad on your part, just that you also got that.
Okay, so noted. I did not see that on the list, John, but I don't know at what point they compile the list, how late in the day. All right. Thank you, though. So noted. Okay, moving on. Any further? We all set? Okay. Town manager communications.
Do minutes first?
No, town manager communications before minutes.
Oh, sorry.
I was right for a change. Town manager communications. The town manager and the finance department continue on the budget work. We will be having a second workshop on fiscal policy and revenue strategy at the February 26th meeting. Congratulations to Mark Milne and the finance department staff for 2 major achievements. On February 4th, 2026, S&P Global Ratings issued its credit rating for the town of Barnstable, 26.3 million Series 2026 general obligation bonds. Standard & Poor issued a AAA rating to this issue and firmed all existing debt as AAA and issued an accompanying stable outlook. The town was also notified on February 3rd, 2026 by the Government Finance Officers Association that it has been awarded the GFOA's Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This is the 25th consecutive year the town has received the award. Special recognition to Gareth Markwell and the Finance Department for that award. The Barnstable Board of Health will be holding a public hearing regarding proposed tobacco and nicotine control regulations on Tuesday, February 24th at 3 p.m. at Town Hall. The Board of Health will also be holding a special workshop on Monday, March 16th at 3 p.m. regarding a proposal from the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Ad hoc Committee requesting the Board of Health require the installation of best of all available innovative alternate sewage disposal technology at properties located within 1,000 feet of nitrogen-sensitive water bodies. The Cape Cod Gateway Airport is beginning the process of transitioning from AFFF, AFFF foam that contains PFAS, to BioX fluorine-free foam, F3 firefighting foam that contains no PFAS. The goal is to complete the transition as soon as possible, but no later than the end of fiscal year 2027. Any questions or discussion for the town manager's report? Seeing none, we'll move on to the minutes. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes of the January 29th, 2026 meeting as sent to you?
So
and
moved.
as published?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the acceptance of the minutes? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay. Communications from elected officials, boards, committees, and staff, commission reports, correspondence, and announcements. We were going to have an update from the Hyannis Main Street Waterfront Historic District Commission by Cheryl Powell tonight. However, she had to cancel due to family reasons. So we will move on to the orders of the day. What I would like to do, since I think we are going to be involved and have quite robust discussion on the zoning amendments, with the consent of the council, I'd like to move 2 items forward and get them out of the way so that they're not hanging over us for the entire night. The first is 2026-145, which is a grant acceptance, and 2026-146, which is also a grant acceptance. So, do I have a, Councilor Keene, could I have a motion, please, for 2026-145?
Sorry. Authorization to contract for and expend a fiscal year 2026 grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection in the amount of $137,719 for the purpose of funding nitrogen scenario modeling and hydrogeologic evaluations. This is new business that may be acted upon by a majority vote.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Mr. Santos?
Good evening, Dan Santos, Director of Public Works. This grant is for $137,719 from the Department of Environmental Protection to help offset the costs of our nitrogen modeling and hydrogeologic evaluations related to our comprehensive wastewater management plan and our watershed permit, which is pending and hopefully will be issued soon. These grants have been made available to communities to help with these type of evaluations. And in our case, specifically, this is related to addressing potential sites for effluent disposal, which is part of our comprehensive wastewater management plan, is identifying locations for effluent after we conclude with treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the council? Councilor Starr?
Thank you. So, Mr. Solis, the work will be done by June, is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay, so are they gonna drill wells? These people, is this, so who's gonna do the work? Is this, some of it done by DPW, or is it all an outside consultant?
It'd be done by a consultant.
Okay, are they gonna do any drilling?
Yes.
Okay. can you tell us where they're looking? I mean, are they looking at the McManus property?
There are a variety of sites that are being considered that we've been looking at right along, that are town-owned sites, mostly north of Route 6.
Okay. And are they going to look at where the effluent is going now at the plant, the wastewater plant? Are they going to look at the mounding that's going on?
Absolutely, that's
Look at all. Okay,
totally
everything.
part of. This is just funding part of the work. This is a $700,000 evaluation and effort, which has already been, the funds have already been appropriated. It's underway. This is just the state has offered this funding to offset some of that.
Okay. Good. I'm looking forward to June. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none?
Yeah, I have a question.
Councilor Deleuze?
Are there areas in Hyannis in particular that you're looking to work on?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay, this is a majority vote. Madam Clerk?
Councilors Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
No.
Keene.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
That's 12 yes.
Thank you. Councilor Burdick, the motion does pass. Councilor Burdick, 2026-146, please.
Thank you. This is an item of new business and may be acted upon by majority vote. Item 2026-146. Transfer order in the amount of $57,450 for the purpose of buying information technology equipment for the Barnstable Police Department in lieu of extending the lease.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I recognize Deputy Chief Mark Milne from Barnstable Police Department.
Thank you, Councilors. Thank you, President
The green button there, Deputy?
Thank you. Thank you, Councilors. Thank you, President Tamish. If I could read from the background here, in fiscal year 2023, the Barnstable Police Department entered into a 3-year operating lease for fresh of their out-of-date information technology equipment, including desktop and laptop computers, switches, servers, firewalls, and various other accompanying equipment. The operating lease is up for renewal, and the town can extend the lease or buy the equipment for its residual value. The equipment's life expectancy is 5 to 7 years before it is recommended to update the technology. The purchase price of the equipment is $66,896, and the monthly renewal lease amount is $3,392 for 24 months, for a total of $81,408. If the town were to purchase the equipment, it would save $14,512. Regarding the fiscal impact, there is $57,450 remaining in the appropriation for due diligence on the 177 Pleasant Street property authorized under Town Council Order 2025-083. It is proposed to transfer the remaining funds to purchase this equipment with the balance of the funding needed provided from the fiscal year 2026 police operating budget. This recommendation is supported by Town Manager Mark Ells.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any questions for Deputy Boland? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Council.
Councilors Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
Keene.
Yes.
Levesque.
Yes.
Ludke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
13 yes.
The motion does pass. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Councilors. Have a good night.
Okay. We'll move up and 2026-003. Councilor Lutke, could you read that in, please? Page 3.
I'd just like to say if you could give the page number when you give that, because there's about 150 pages here.
All right, that would be page 3, I believe. Page 3.
Okay, I've got everything's loose leaf here. It's moving around. Okay, this is an item of old business, a public hearing, and a roll call 2/3 full council. Item 2026-003, amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 240 zoning, Article 3, District Regulations, Section 240-24.1.5, Standards for all districts to modify the required parking for residential or artist live work and establish a parking space dimensional standard.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. This is a public hearing. With respect to the public hearings, as we are a hybrid meeting tonight, I'm going to announce the opening and closing of each public hearing without asking for a vote to do so. However, if any counselor objects at any time, then a vote will be taken to open and close the public hearing. If there is no objection, I will open the public hearing at this point. I recognize Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, for the rationale and a explanation.
Excellent. Good evening, everybody. Jim Kupfer, Director of Planning and Development, here to present 4 zoning articles before you for downtown Hyannis. If it's okay with the council, so we've read in the first item, that being the parking discussion. I would like to provide an overview presentation that kind of comprehensively looks at all 4 and then return back to each one of the articles. I think it's important to understand, the whole picture of what the council is being considered, and a little bit of history of how we got here, because it certainly hasn't been overnight. So the agenda tonight, process of establishing zoning, current downtown Hyannis zoning, our subcommittees, good work, and the proposed zoning amendments that are before you. The process for establishing or amending zoning. So here in the state of Massachusetts, our zoning, the purpose of zoning is to regulate land use to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community. So that's just that's the essence of our zoning. The enabling statute, 40A, Massachusetts General Law 40A, the Zoning Act. It specifically spells out in Section 5 of 40A that 2 public hearings are required. In the town of Barnstable, we do that through one with the planning board and one at the town council. Many of our communities across the state have different forms of government, open town meeting, representative town meeting. We here have a hearing at the planning board, followed by a hearing at the council. Both of those hearings are noticed in the paper, and all the different activities that our great communications team does to push out those hearing notices. So again, process here for the town of Barnstable through the enabling statute of 48 Section 5, town council introduces the subject as a first read. As you guys know, first read, there's no real discussion being had. It's reading it in and sending it along to the planning board. The planning board then holds a public hearing, again noticed, and they are required to issue a recommendation report. They are required to give you that recommendation report. And then ultimately the town council holds a public hearing. Once receiving that report, ultimately for zoning, in relation to these 4 subject matters, it's a 2/3 vote, which equates to 9 town councilors here at the town of Barnstable. So our current downtown Hyannis zoning districts. If it's okay, I just want to give a little bit of background of our zoning districts, the map, the different districts, and how they all intertwine. So our current downtown Hyannis zoning districts that was adopted on February 2nd, 2023, establishes 7 districts here. But really, by and large, the screen likes to give up. There we go. By and large, we have, for the topic of discussion for this evening, predominantly we're talking about the 3 zoning districts to the top of that key. That is DMS, which is the Downtown Main Street zoning district, which runs the dark purple spine of Main Street and Barnstable Road. The Downtown Village, so that runs around essentially the downtown Main Street, so that's that lilac color. You'll see that on North Street, Stevens, and the east side of Main Street. And then the downtown neighborhood, which is the yellow, and really talks in the purpose of the zoning about smaller neighborhood, smaller density, and you see that on that map there. The other 4 districts, while they are impacted in some manner, especially in terms of parking, which we'll get to momentarily, they're not subject to some of the other zoning that you'll see here tonight. So really, the predominant subject matter are those 3 specific, what they quote unquote call form-based zoning of the DMS, DV, and DN. How we got to the 2023 zoning. So as I outlined here in this map, the dotted black line that runs all along the downtown Hyannis zoning there, that is the growth incentive zone. So that's when that was established, over 10 years ago, that stated that, over 20 years ago, that stated that our growth incentive zone, this is the location. This here, within those dotted lines, is the area in which we are incentivizing growth, and that is allowed through the Cape Cod Commission. We worked with them so that we are telling our partners, we are telling our property owners that this is the area where you're seeking to incentivize growth, and this will allow for you to be omitted from your review from the Cape Cod Commission. Now, so why is that important? So our growth incentive zone also allows for regulatory agreements. We also know that regulatory agreements do, in very certain instances, go beyond the growth incentive zone. But by and large, the regulatory agreement district mirrors much of the growth incentive zone. And predominantly because of our zoning at the time, over the 20 or so years, there wasn't a lot of production being had, a lot of investment being created in downtown Hyannis, and the clear examples of that is the several boarded up properties that that the town was seeking to redevelop. The only way in which we were able to, and looking at the records, this predates me obviously, but in looking at the records, the ways in which we were able to seek development and investment in our downtown Hyannis growth incentive zone was through those regulatory agreements. So circumventing our local zoning and coming to contractual agreements for essentially 79 of our 110 units that were produced over the first 10 years there. The total regulatory agreements, we've done 22 regulatory agreements since 2006, and we have produced 0 regulatory agreements since the new zoning has been put in place. Really, all I'm trying to say there is by having prescribed zoning that allows for investment, you will potentially receive investment. Now, the devil's in the details, and that's where we are today, talking about those details and making those details right for our community. Since 2023, so I talked about it before, the 110 or so units produced. Since 2023, under permitted, under construction, or final construction, within the downtown Hyannis zoning is 676 units. So again, this is the area in which we're talking about. I know there's a lot of questions about the parameters of the downtown Hyannis area. So really, Town of Yarmouth line, West End Rotary, Airport Rotary, and down to essentially Nantucket Street, just beyond the harbor there on Ocean Street is the south border. So when I talk about devils in the details, those details are very prescribed in our updated zoning, our 2023 zoning. And so again, this is what we're here talking about tonight, is how do we tweak that zoning to make it right for our leadership, our council, and our community. This is just a snapshot of a portion of our zoning that goes well above and beyond what we had historically, talking about expanded lot coverage, different setbacks, specifically calling out stories, even going into the degree of fenestration. So how many windows and doors you're required to have to create a little bit more character than what we have seen in the past. It goes on to talk about different percentages of detail that is required over a certain span of time or over a certain span of facade, even as the percentage of detail that is required within our roof forms. Now, this zoning, the existing zoning that's here today, was approved or recommended, excuse me, in April 11th of 2022 by the Planning Board, followed up by approval February 2nd, 2023 by the Town Council. So after Town Council's approval, about a year or so passed by, new council has arrived, and that council had established a subcommittee to review and assess zoning and the review of town's regulatory agreements. That subcommittee worked over a period of about a year, working hard on the initiative of trying to dive into those details. We had several presentations about not only downtown Hyannis zoning, but many other things. But we spent a lot of time, or the committee spent a lot of time working on those details and the downtown Hyannis zoning districts. Ultimately, it produced the report that was issued to the Town Council dated April 7th, 2025. That report had a number of priorities, and the subcommittee came to this council on June 26, 2025 to discuss those priorities. We had a really good discussion, in my opinion, and ultimately landed with 4 very specific priorities to move forward immediately with. Those 4 specific priorities were parking requirements and dimensions, building height requirements, that downtown village zoning district, so that lilac that I showed you earlier, and the ground floor commercial requirements. And I'll get into each of these in detail momentarily. So this was from the subcommittee rose some priorities. The council had a lot of discussion of the different, the whole list of priorities, ultimately said, let's move forward immediately with these 4 priorities. So again, we look back to Mass General Law 48, Section 5 in our charter, and Mass General Law 48, Section 5 says, first read, a town council is required. So immediately we went back, we issued our order of rationales, provided them to the council, and on July 15, 2025, these 4 items were referred to the planning board. So these 4 items are the 4 items that we're discussing this evening. So those 4 items were sent to the planning board. The planning board then immediately, we issued legal ads because it's a public hearing. We put out communications, and the planning board held public hearings. They had 5 public hearings of the 4 topics over the in between September 22nd, 2025 and December 22nd, 2025, having a lot of good discussions, a lot of great public comment. And I mentioned beyond the 48 Section 5, the town charter 24129 also requires that the board issue this recommendation. This recommendation is in your agenda. These recommendations from the planning board, so the final public hearing was done on December 22nd, 2025. We worked hard to issue those recommendations on December 23rd, 2025, so the very next day, so that we can get them in your hands as soon as possible. Those reports, again, in your agenda, posted online. And again, after speaking with council leadership, was requested to put them on the next available agenda. The next available agenda, again, we have to post legal ads, push out communications, et cetera. Just a reminder, this is that public hearing. Obviously, it was technically opened at the last meeting and continued to tonight. Again, just a reminder, 9 votes of those town councilors here, of the full town council are required, so 9 total votes. So specifically, the downtown Hyannis zoning. So that was the process. That's how we got here. It's been a long journey, but we're here. And tonight we're talking about 4 specific items. Again, if I could, I think it's good to just go once through all 4 in totality, and then I'll return to this very specific slide, and then we can dive into parking requirements. So the one that was just read in, parking requirements, talks about the modification of residential parking per unit. So practically speaking, in our zoning, this is the table. This is the table for downtown Hyannis zoning. Right now, that bottom row says 1, just the numerical number 1 instead of 1.5, where you see 1.5 on that last row there. The columns there, DMS, DV, DN, may sound familiar. Those are the districts, right? So each one of the 7 districts that we talked about on that map are each one of the columns. So that's how many spaces are required in each of the districts. Obviously, it's rather uniform. Where it has not applicable, that's because residential is not allowed in those districts. So 1.5 rather than 1 is the bottom line, the practical change that is being discussed here. I do want to remind everyone that in that subcommittee report, that reports of priorities for parking requirements did provide you a range. It said we recommend somewhere between 1.5 and 2. Obviously, when adopting zoning, when establishing zoning, you can't have a range. So I myself, when drafting the legal ad, issued 1.5. You certainly are welcome to discuss that further, but that is what is before you right now, that 1.5 per residential unit. In addition to just simply changing 1 to 1.5, we also have parking requirements. So as it stands right now, the parking standards within downtown Hyannis are not present. They're embedded within our zoning, but it was determined that because it's not specifically within the downtown Hyannis zoning, it doesn't apply. So therefore, we are asking for an addition to put in some minimum dimensional standards. Now, I will again say, in terms of the dimensional standards, that certainly is up for discussion. These are the minimum dimensional standards. This does throw out the discussion of things like compact parking spaces that would not be allowed. This would require that every parking space is a minimum of 18 feet in length and 9 feet in width, with a minimum drive aisle of 20 feet. Now, I will say 18 feet, that is, again, a minimum standard. You will certainly go out and see 19 feet in length. You'll see 20 feet in length. Walmart, I think every Walmart has 20 feet in length. A simple F-150, my F-150, I believe, is 19 feet, 6 inches. So the bumper would stick out of this. But again, these are minimum standards. If someone wanted to build more, they could. But I will urge you to give that some real thought, because to mandate a larger parking space, a larger parking lot, just mandates more impervious surface out there. And there is certainly precedence and many examples in which a simple parking spot of 18.9 does just well. So that is before you. So again, stepping back, 1.5 per unit, some simple dimensional standards, and that 1.5, I should note, before you tonight is not just the 1.5 in totality, but it will be now 1.5, and then on top of that formula will be the required ADA spaces. That's building code, so it's not built into the zoning, but we specifically call out that that will be in addition to the total that is required. So if you needed 3 ADA spaces and you're required 1.5 units, and you got, say, 10 units, and you multiply that by 1.5, and then add the ADU, or ADA, excuse me, parking spaces on top of that. So those are the 3 aspects of the parking. Now we move to building height. So again, I'm going to go through these, and then I'll come back to parking, and we can go one by one. Building height. Building height was another, I think, really good discussion that evolved over time. The existing building form, as we stated in the zoning, says 3.5 to 4 maximum. That 4 is a step back, but nevertheless, 3.5 to 4 maximum of stories. The subcommittee had a lot of good discussion. Ultimately, the intent, I believe, and I'm sure the former chairman will speak to this, the intent there was really wanted to bring down that height. And so 3.5 to 4, had a lot of good discussions, ultimately landed on a recommendation of 3 to 3.5 with the step back at 3.5. Getting to the planning board, so that third box there, we had a lot of further discussion, again, a public hearing at this point too, and we discussed building on that intent. So the 3 to 3.5, and the planning board stuck with that 3.5, though didn't offer the step back, but 3.5 in total. But then talked about maximizing that building height, or controlling that building height, excuse me. So right now, as the zoning stands, we measure to the plate. So if you think about a building where that gutter line is, that's essentially plus or minus where the plate is. So you got the whole roof structure above that. And so the roof structure can be up plus or minus as many feet as it needs to be per the zoning at the moment. And the planning board said, well, that doesn't quite jive with the intent here. So let's put top to ridge as opposed to plate. And so making a maximum height. And we started talking about how that could look. So the planning board asked for a number of different things to build on that analysis. And so what you have before you, and again, this is all in the packet, but what you have before you here from left to right. So on the left, the prior zoning, so that's prior to 2023. So that was adopted, I believe, 2005, 2006 perhaps. That Hyannis Village Business District, the maximum, you'll see that dimensional, those arrows stop short. So it's not quite to the ridge, that very top of the gable. So that's the max, is at that plate. Again, that's what I was referring to, the plate. So 46 maximum, and then you get your roof to play with. We move to what we have today, the current zoning, and we use the downtown Main Street. And again, I mentioned early on, we had talked about stories rather than building height overall. So you got to do a little bit of math, and we have maximum sizes for stories. And so on the right side, you see the boxes, and we inserted the maximum heights that could be allowed to give an image of what potentially could be built. And that gets up to 66 feet in height, plus the roof structure, right? So now to continue this discussion as we have consistently with subcommittee and planning board, the realities of someone building an 18-foot, a 16-foot, a 16-foot, and a 16-foot floor is probably not high. You know, there is some allowance for that, but I mean, that's a very large ceiling height and roof, or very large story. And so practically, we would be talking fairly smaller, 14, and we're seeing a lot of 10s for residential, 10-foot height for residential. So again, that being the existing zoning, the ad hoc committee said, let's bring that down some, and had the discussion of 3 to 3.5 with that step back at 3.5. So it does bring it down, and again, we use those maximums, whether those are practical or not. We want to show you what that max could look like, though. So again, we're talking about 54 feet in height maximum. Now, the planning board, again, as I mentioned, was talking about, or had good discussions with some of the ad hoc committee members during the public hearings, and really tried to understand the intent, and ultimately came forward with some slight changes to that. So their recommendation is slightly different, or is different than what was originally proposed. So they're talking about changing the definition. So we're not talking about ridge, we're not talking about plate, we're talking about ridge height. And we're putting a cap on how tall you can build that at that ridge height. And so ultimately, the planning board offered a variable of 49 feet, and again, 3.5 stories. Now, we gave them this, diagram to kind of understand the differences, but they did ask for a number of other examples. We actually asked, and our survey team graciously helped us with walking up and down Main Street and surveying some of the heights of buildings to give the planning board a sense of what we're truly talking about here. And so we provided them with a number of examples. But before we got to that, actually, one of the main things that was discussed right off the bat was folks saying, you know what, let's use a real example here. The Cascade, it seems a little tall. That's what the feedback that was received. It seems a little tall. So we took the cross section of what the Cascade was. So this was a diagram that was provided when they were submitting. And so we took that cross section and provided that to the planning board. So that top height right there, that very top at the top of the roof, so the top of the roof that's out there today is about 55.5 feet. So that was kind of, the planning board used that as their absolute maximum. Let's take that number and let's move downward. So we looked at a number of others. We gave a whole host of examples, but these are just a couple. 48 feet, 0.5 feet in height to the gutter line, and 61 feet to the top of that shaft, that elevator shaft. That's an example of we're trying to give you a sense, or the planning board a sense of that height of 48, 49, and into the 50s, and so 60. 615 Main Street, this building here, lovely building, that gable, that very gable, the top gable there, 40.9, so basically between 40 and 41 feet in height. 199 Barnstable Road, you probably have driven by this new development that is being constructed, a couple of buildings on there, the old Mr. Sprinkle building, 35 feet in height as shown on the plan. And so those are just different heights that we offered, kind of scaling it down so that it gives a sense of what we're talking about. Practically speaking here, when we're talking about changing the zoning, the planning board's recommending adjusting the definition of building height ultimately. So in there, instead of the plate, talking about the overall ridge. And so we provided that language there, and we also provided a graphic. So this is ultimately what that means, that definition means. Again, the natural mean grade, that means that the natural mean grade, meaning that a developer or somebody can't come and mound their site and then start from there. It's the natural mean grade as it is to the ridge line. So again, practically speaking, we dive into our zoning, find the areas in which we're referring to those building heights, and redline those. One thing I do want to call out is that the planning board not only looked at the downtown Main Street and the downtown Village, they also took a look at the DN, the downtown neighborhood, so that yellow, and offered some suggested recommendations. We'll caveat, though, that is one step beyond what the original ask was here, meaning the original notice from the town council. When we first started, we were diving into the downtown Main Street, downtown Village. And so the downtown neighborhood, while I think, in my opinion, a good result of the process, we will then have to carry that forward if the council so chooses to notice that at a later date so that we can make it consistent across the board if the council so chooses to do that. Now, two last ones. The replace downtown Village with downtown neighborhood. So this is a map amendment. So we're back to our map. So if you recall, we had a lot of lilac in there, and that lilac has gone away, right? So what the original discussion was is our downtown Village is to be scaled down. That's really where we had that discussion, is from Main Street. As we get closer to our single-family neighborhoods, we want to start tiering the development down, reducing the density. And so the original recommendation was to remove in its entirety the downtown Village and replace it with the downtown neighborhood. So expanding that downtown neighborhood district. And what I have outlined in the red are the former DV that would be proposed to be DN. So these are, for requirement's sake, these are all of the assessor map and parcel numbers of those. Those are all in your package this evening and online. So on the left side of this screen is the existing zoning. So that lilac is there, right? So that's our downtown Village. Our downtown Village is significantly denser than the DN. And so the proposal here at the town council was remove the downtown Village and replace it with the downtown neighborhood. So what does that really mean? So that the map is the geography, so each of the parcels that we're talking about. But what does that truly mean in terms of the dimensional standards? And so what we're talking about is if you remove the DV and add DN, we're talking about transitioning from several building standards. Some of the prominent ones are lot coverage. So instead of 80% of the lot being covered, we're down to 50%, so half of the lot could be utilized for structure. Setbacks are a little bit greater. So we're going from a 15-foot maximum to a 10 minimum, 20 maximum. And then density. So downtown village is prescribed by their parking. So we had that first introduction of 1 to 1.5. Right now it's 1. So downtown village would be 1 parking space per unit. So you could, as long as you stay within the dimensional standards, you have that much density for 1 parking space per unit to the maximum building height. Downtown neighborhood is up to 4 units within a structure. And you can also have an ADU. This predates the state law, so that is allowed regardless. But the 4 units plus ADU, there are some other limitations. Office and healthcare clinics are allowed, but only in specific areas. And the rationale for only in specific areas, because the original DN is only in specific areas, right? So lots fronting on South Street, School Street, and High School Road. So those are the pre-existing office and healthcare clinics in those districts. So, it's a pretty dramatic shift from density and height to the DN. So the planning board took a look at that and said, yeah, that is kind of a dramatic shift, but we recognize the intent, and the planning board was in favor of tearing it down, especially on the outskirts as you're getting closer to the single-family homes. So what they looked at on the map is a little bit closer in terms of, okay, let's restore some of that lilac, so that DV, in areas where it's still seeking to incentivize redevelopment. And where they landed on their recommendation is specifically those lots fronting on North Street and those lots fronting on Main Street that were already downtown village DV. So you'll see that DV restored in, again, the North Street area, the Main Street area, but leaving the expanded DN, the downtown neighborhood, all along the outskirts there. So as you're getting towards the tree neighborhoods and Pleasant Hill and over to the east side, those would transition to DN, so down zone that area. So the planning board recommends this map. And so now we're slightly reducing the number of impacted parcels to about 171. Again, this is the list. It's in your package. So this is the planning board recommendation in terms of the district changes. Obviously, you did receive a request from Cape Cod Healthcare. I am prepared to speak to that when the appropriate time comes. And we do have a map showing what that could look like if you wanted to consider it. Lastly, ground floor commercial space. So this is the discussion of commercial space that's mandated on the first floor on Main Street. So a lot of discussions were had about why the new zoning requires it from Ocean Street to C Street only. And the simple answer is that's what we've been doing for 25 years. We lifted the zoning and we carried it forward in the new zoning. So this is a snippet of the old zoning. Between C Street and Ocean Street. This is the area, geographically speaking, again, Ocean Street, right out here, to C Street on Main Street, mandates commercial space on the first floor. That doesn't mean you can't do commercial outside of this district. It just doesn't mandate it. And so this is what's in our zoning right now today. And the request here by the council is to expand that. And we had a lot of discussion about the limits of the expansion. I mean, we started with the discussion of Town of Yarmouth line to the West End Rotary, and boy, that's along Main Street. And there's a lot of unintended, my opinion here, a lot of unintended consequences when you expand a mandated use, and those uses aren't available to you, or aren't market driven, and so. I raised those concerns, and I think both the subcommittee and the planning board recognize that, and so they offered this expansion from Ocean Street to Pleasant Street. So we're talking about from Ocean Street then to essentially Bradford's Hardware, where we would expand the mandated commercial. Planning board did offer a recommendation if you'd like to consider it. of that section only, that where the red arrows are, of requiring a special permit from Ocean Street to Pleasant Street. So with that, I know that was a lot, but I think it was important to go through each of them. I'm going to go back to our parking discussion, and I'm happy to turn it back to the council.
Thank you. Okay. We have the motion and the supporting documentation in front of us. Do we have a, we're in a public hearing. Okay. Is there anyone from the public who would like to be heard? I recognize Bob Schulte, Chairman Emeritus of the Zoning Subcommittee. Ad hoc committee, excuse me, the ad hoc committee. Different group now.
Good evening, councilors. Bob Schulte from Centerville. First, I want to congratulate or thank Jim for an excellent presentation. Really gives a good feel for what happened and the rationale behind that. I just want to make a few comments about this item. I'll be speaking later on the building heights, but just want to talk about the ad hoc committee's work on parking spaces. When we first started our work on this item, we discussed what the old parking requirements had been prior to the form-based zoning passing in 2023. I don't have my notes with me, but I believe it was, at least 2 parking spaces per dwelling unit, Jim?
It was a formula for bedrooms, actually, but it was in and around two.
Yeah, so significantly more. In our conversations with the planning department personnel at the very beginning of the process, even they acknowledged that the pendulum in parking had swung perhaps too far in the opposite direction and needed to be adjusted. The ad hoc committee recommendation had actually been an increase, as Jim pointed out, from a minimum of 1.5 up to no more than 2 spaces. However, after much discussion and consideration of the information provided by the Planning and Development Department, as well as input from the public, it was agreed to recommend the 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit that Jim included in the notice for this item. I want to point out a couple of additional items just for your reference and when you think about this. According to Data USA, a data source of official government data and statistics developed by Deloitte, the MIT Data Lab, and other collaborators, as of 2023, 85.5% of Barnstable residents who work drive to work alone. They're not carpooling, they're driving alone. The average car ownership in Barnstable is 2 cars. I'd also like to point out that other experienced developers in Barnstable are using at least 1.5 parking spaces per dwelling unit. Wilkins was 1.5. And Wilkins 2 was higher. I think, was it 1.6 on Wilkins 2, Jim? Almost 1.56. Almost 1.6, at least 1.6. I watched last night's ZBA meeting, and even the developer of the proposed 40B project is proposing 1.5 spaces for the rental apartments and 2 spaces per single-family homes. I just want to mention that when the planning board reviewed this, and we had a good discussion, several of the planning board members actually wanted 2 spaces per unit. Ultimately, it was decided to compromise and endorse the ad hoc's recommendation of 1.5 spaces in a 5-to-1 vote by the planning board. It's wonderful to speak of a utopian environment where everyone can ride their bikes, take mass transit, and afford to Uber to work, the grocery store, or doctor's appointments. However, the reality is that we are not in that environment here in Barnstable and are not likely to be there in the foreseeable future. We have to face the reality of the situation and make sure the developers provide enough parking for both the residents and members of the community who utilize downtown Hyannis. That is why both the ad hoc committee and the planning board recommended an increase to 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, and I ask the council to vote to approve this increase as recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who would like to be heard?
Yes, I'm Ken Alsman from Cotuit. I just wanted to point out one thing relative to the parking, which I frankly didn't realize until later on in this process. Normally, at least I'm used to saying that defining a density for area, how many units you can put on a piece of land. Under this particular code, it's not, that doesn't define the number of units. We don't have a density per se. It's all dependent on the number of cars you could fit on the property. So I think that's one of the reasons that the current project that we have is a podium, which is raised up and all of the surface is used for parking. That's the way you maximize your parking. That maximizes your units. It maximizes the size of the building, and it sort of dictates the wonderful architecture that can result from that. So I just wanted to point that out so that if we do increase the number of, the requirement per unit, we do, in a sense, address the density, because you can't build more than, anyway, if you have a requirement for parking per unit, it reduces the number of units you're going to get. Now, I'm not arguing for more units. I just want you to know the positive of what I consider a very positive effect. If you have a larger requirement for parking, it's going to work in encouraging bigger units. It's going to work in encouraging getting a diversity of housing. It's going to work in terms of reducing the overall density, and it's going to change the developer's view of what he's allowed to build there and what it's going to look like. And as you probably have heard from my past presentations to the council, my primary concern has to do with the overall feel and look of downtown Hyannis. And that means that if we do a good job, and if we do something that people recognize and enjoy, then we're going to get better development, better uses, and a better understanding and enjoyment, not only of the residents of Hyannis, but of the whole town of Barnstable, and to all of the people who are going to say, well, I think we ought to take a trip into Hyannis and see what's going on this week. So it's so complicated. I apologize for my stumbling through this, but they're all interrelated. And I think one of the things that can really help that is just simply reducing or increasing the number of parking spaces required per unit. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to be heard? Mr. Moran?
It's very, very difficult to follow people like Bob Schulte and Ken Alsman, not to mention Jim. The thing that I'm considering, and what Ken just said about density, is it's the battle between the contractors, the developer, and the people who are going to live there. It's a battle between them. And the process of doing that is, which do you start first? Do you define the density based upon the number of units, or parking, or both? What do you do? I don't think there's an answer to it. I also think that what is one of the notes that I made, not before tonight, but again tonight, is the need to have setbacks and sidewalks. This came out last night, right in this same room, about the battle between how many places can you have for parking, but more importantly, how can you have people walk safely? So I think that is a factor that I'd recommend be included with what Ken so articulately expressed. I think if that can be done, it may give all of you or individually of you to somehow coagulate and come up with something that works. That's the challenge, and that's what I recommend that you talk about between yourselves. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Julius.
Good evening, friends, again. I would certainly echo what Mr. Schultze said regarding the parking, but the more the merrier. You know, I did a lot of building back in the 80s with probably the biggest development company in the entire Northeast. And I've said this before, you know, we used to go into towns, and I've said this and will continue to say it. We would have been tarred and feathered if we didn't go in there in any development we were proposing with a minimum of 2. And that's what we did. We took a lot of care and concern for the environment, for things going on. And we were out in the woods. I mean, we built Foxwood condominiums in Yarmouth, 114 condos on 114 acres. There's never been a problem with parking. If you, not, I guess we too, you're the ones helping us make the decision, hopefully. But if we make this mistake, just imagine the problems you're going to run into. You know what amazes me? I don't understand why every single business owner on Main Street, unless they're sick tonight, they should be in this audience and they should be here with us mandating and begging and asking for the same thing we are, for some common sense. Because you know what'll happen? You pack these people into these. If you're taking a drive around Hyannis, I drove around Hyannis. Best time to go is on a Sunday morning. And you know what I see? I'm driving down the road, Sudbury. And I count these 2 and 3 bedroom homes. As I've told you in the past, and I don't say this to pat myself in the back, I've sold over 6,000 homes in my career, most of them on Cape Cod. I know these neighborhoods, and when I drive down neighborhoods, and I'm driving down and I see a little 2-bedroom ranch here and a 3-bedroom ranch here, and I count 7, 8, 9, 10 vehicles in one house. I get to the next house and there's 13 vehicles, and then 3 doors down there's 8 more vehicles. I'll keep saying this. The development in this entire town should come to a standstill, and maybe one day there'll be a judge who might agree with that and say, you know what, Mr. Julius, you and the other people who feel that way, you're absolutely right, because the resources can't handle it. So back to my business with regard to the business owners on Main Street. You know what will happen if you make this mistake? What's going to happen is you're going to have people not being able to park where they are. So you know what they're going to do? They're going to go park in front of someone's business on Main Street. And when that person comes in the next morning and that guy was working the night shift, you know what's going to happen? There's going to be 4 spaces in front of a business that are taken up by somebody who needed a place to park because there wasn't enough parking where they live. I'll tell you what, if I were a business owner, I'd be ripping mad. And they should be here in droves with all of us. And we shouldn't have to beg for this. This is common sense. That's what this is. So it should be 2 as far as I'm concerned. 2 maximum, minimum rather, 2. That's what it should be. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Mr. Kuhn.
Good evening. I look at the zoning from a little bit different basis, and that is that planning, the planning board, the planning department, and ultimately you folks adopt regulations that are and it's, you know, just again, it's common sense, like John said. It's the blueprint that the developers have to live within. So when you're creating that blueprint, you have to create it in a way that you can assure those developers will succeed. Because if they succeed, we succeed. So if you come up with regulations that hamstring them, there's problems. Parking is probably one of the most critical components of good development, particularly on a commercial properties, but also on the residential side for multifamily attached dwellings. And if you only require 1 parking space per apartment, that developer is going to have difficult time trying to get not just the kind of tenant that he wants, but tenants that can afford to pay the amount of rent that he needs to get to make his whole project function. If he can't do that, he's got to make adjustments. And when you've got hundreds of apartments all competing for the same tenants, and all of them have different financial strengths, the only way they can compete is by either offering amenities that another development doesn't offer, perhaps parking. The complex that has 2 parking spaces per apartment is going to get filled up way before the one parking space per apartment.
30 seconds.
And that is going to drive the rents in a good way, I guess, will drive rents down. You'll end up the landlords competing with each other. The only way they can compete is by reducing the rent or offering some amenity. So as the rents go down, the quality of the tenant goes down. And that's not good for any of us, particularly the merchants on Main Street and the people that work on Main Street and have to make their living there. We have to make sure that whatever is done here makes it and guarantees that it's going to be a success down the road. That's all.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. Etienne.
Seth Etienne, 65 Fernwood Avenue, Hyannis, Massachusetts. I was also on the ad hoc committee, the lone dissenting opinion on the ad hoc committee, and I am against this increase in the parking minimum solely because that an increase in parking forces a developer to dedicate space that he would give to housing, to a car that may or may not exist. And so let's just forget morality for a second. Let's just think, just balance sheet. What will the developer make more money off of? A car that just sits there or rent? In terms of revenue for the town. And I think it's just interesting to hear the rationale for parking, only because it further incentivizes people to engage in a system that forces us to have a car in order to work. When you mention about 8 cars to a single driveway or 13, that is a reflection of the current economic conditions. That is multiple people coming together to share rent. That is a reflection of the cost of living. And I don't envy your position to make a decision on this. You guys have a lot of things to consider. But it's not that it's not that people get cars because it's not that people need cars for parking, but the increase in minimums force developers to then create handovers, then to create at scale in order to justify the increase in cost of building, to increase the loss in revenue that they would give, that they would dedicate towards parking rather than giving towards any kind of housing for units. That's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none, anyone online? Mr. Richmond.
Good evening, councilors. If you've read what I've written to you, you pretty much have an idea of where I stand, although I'm actually more radical than what I wrote. I want to say quickly, You'll probably get sick of seeing me. What's going on here is seriously cutting into my sleep time, but I promise you that I will never yell at you. I will never speak to you in a bullying tone of voice, because if somebody does that to me, the only thing I can think of is what is the nastiest thing that I can say back. And the only reason I think that is because I can no longer hurt anybody. 1.5, I think, is the best deal we're going to get. I would ask you to consider, I know that it's the tension between trying to create a profit and get as many apartments as possible, as opposed to livability. Ultimately, I don't think it's going to matter, to tell you the truth. My honest opinion is that when all is said and done, Form B zoning will create a place in people will avoid downtown Hyannis. There's not enough streets, there's not enough parking, and no traffic plan can solve that. I think the one that's approved is a terrible one, but it's an insoluble problem. I honestly think that ultimately, and I'm just saying this for the public record, I'm not going to change any minds, I know, but when all is said and done, what will be created will be known as the New Bedford, the nail salon capital of Cape Cod with a maritime heritage. What we're trying to do here is just make it a little less bad. That's what all of this is about, is just trying to make it a little less bad, and I hope you will go along with that. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Any further public comment?
Yeah, Ken Barron, Town of Centerville, Village of Centerville, I should say. I know this is late in the game with this project, and it looks like it's all going to happen, but 670 more additional units at the town of Barnstable, especially from the description of the area they talked about, is already highly densely populated and built upon, is crazy. I know these people put a lot of time and work into this whole thing. I reiterate what John Julius said. This all has to stop. We don't have the resources. At some point in time, somebody's got to wake up and realize we do not have the resources. Fire, police, water, sewage, traffic control, etc. It's getting way out of control. Way out of control. It just has to stop. And I implore the town council to take a serious look at that. Okay, I've lived on Cape Cod for over 50 years. I raised 4 kids here. I get grandchildren here. I really like to see them enjoy Cape Cod like I did. It's not going to happen at this pace. It really is not. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Lynn, was there anyone online? Seeing no one online, at this point, I will close the public hearing.
Wait a minute. Joe.
Oh, sorry.
Hello?
Councilor Penn, you had a comment?
Yes, I have several comments.
Okay, is this councilor discussion or public hearing?
I'm sorry. I don't know where you are.
Okay. I'm just closing the public hearing and moving on to councilor discussion. So I will close the public hearing at this point and move on to councilor discussion. Councilor Penn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say that I didn't hear the word landscaping in any of the presentation that was made, and I wanted to say hear, hear for all the language that I read about landscaping in the documents this evening before us. So I hope everybody takes note of that, because it is sorely missing in some of our current projects that I could see on Main Street right now. I do want to say that a lot of these changes are much closer to the original growth incentive zone. I was on the original planning board in 2006 when the GIZ first went in. And this is much closer to the intent of that way back when, which was good. People are saying that there were only 110 units built. But what happened was we had this major recession in 2008, which many of you don't remember, but I certainly do. And it slowed everything to a halt. As far as the section of East Main Street for commercial development that originally said you can only have it from here to here, Ocean Street to C Street. I truly believe in my heart that the reason that language was put in there was because WINN, WINN, not WYNN, doesn't do commercial space. They only do residential. And I don't think this town should kowtow to anybody that way. So I'm very happy that those words are being removed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further councilor discussion? Councilor Keene?
Yes, and probably my questions are for Jim Kupfer. Just so I understand, the 1.5 is a mandated minimum, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if I were a developer and wanted to build 2 or 3 spaces per unit, I be allowed?
Yes, you're asking, could they develop additional parking above and beyond the minimum?
Okay, so when I heard comments tonight about how developers definitely want to attract tenants and the only way they can do it is by building parking, they're not prohibited from doing that even under the current 1.0 rule.
That's correct.
How much extra does it cost to build an additional parking space?
Don't have the dollars and cents.
Wouldn't we need to know that to make a decision here? Because when you build that extra cost in, and it's a mandated extra cost, it ends up being paid either by the purchaser of the property or by the tenant. I don't know how we can make this decision without knowing the cost that's involved. Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on my right? Councilor Ledke?
Yeah, I'm in support of the 1.5. I think it's a compromise, and I understand your thought about cost, but we could ask about the cost of everything. And I just want to put, again, kind of an overarching look at this. Before some of our new councilors were here, we passed a zoning overlay in the mall to do multifamily housing, and it was quite generous, and we've had no takers. And if we listen to the beginning of Jim's presentation and to what Councilor Penn had said, she was on the planning board when we initiated the growth incentive zone. I'll be the first one to say I'm not entirely enamored with the Cape Cod Commission, but it does allow us the opportunity for a growth incentive zone. And, maybe we look at incentivizing on the mall. Again, when you have no takers, maybe you're not incentivizing enough. And it seems that the discussions here are like, if we don't build massively on Main Street, all is lost. And I think that's not a correct way to look at this. I did take the opportunity to speak to someone in the Planning and Development Office in Orleans. We were the first ones out of the gates with form-based zoning. I think we made some mistakes. I've said that before, and I'll stick by it. And I spoke to them, and they did some unique things there. And I asked them why. And well, the unique thing they did was they brought their heights down on their T. If people have been to Orleans, it's kind of a T intersection there. They brought it down to 2.5 stories. They said 100 feet back you have to have lower. And I asked why, and they said because zoning is a hot button issue. It's very important to people, and we've heard that here tonight, and we wanted to maintain that character. And they actually, in their zoning, they go up as they go back. And it was a nice conversation. They're the second ones out of the gates, and maybe they've learned from us. And I think all we have to do is use our own eyes and go look at the Cascade Motor Lodge and say we got it wrong. You need your own eyes. I have yet to meet a person who's just not appalled by that building. I'm appalled by it. And what are we doing? What are we doing? So I listened to most of the planning board, the ones I didn't attend in person. I watched amazing discussions. There's some really good stuff. And what Bob Schulte did. So I'm just giving an overarching, I like all of this. I think I have some amendments I'm going to propose on some things, but this one, it's a compromise, and I'm ready to vote on it now. I'll vote for the 1.5. And one last thing, is that I had the opportunity over last weekend to tour with a local developer. He and another small developer are building in one of the districts that is currently downtown village, but they're building at a neighborhood scale. And I went through their townhomes. They're brand new. The ones that are going to be finished in a couple weeks are 100% rented. And they have solar on the top. And it's a beautiful, you drive in there, there's a beautiful little courtyard. They're townhomes. They're 2 bedrooms. They're small, but they're new. They're fresh. And it's built in a family style. And the rents are attainable. I won't say affordable. They're attainable. And the other units I toured are 3 bedrooms with a full basement. And they're going to have little gardens in the back, full washer and dryer. And they're attainable too. And it's all done by word of mouth. And the builder, they knew by name. They knew where these people worked. You know, they're not necessarily, you know, the same, you know, the firefighters, the school teachers. He said, well, this person works at Panera Bread. This one is a manager at the 7-Eleven. You know, we're doing this. We're doing this at a scale, but everything is difficult, and I kind of mentioned that earlier. You know, when you come to agreements and you work things, it's difficult. It's not easy, and things can be done. And there's other areas, like at the mall, there's nothing precious out there, not one iota of preciousness. And there still is some here near the harbor and on our main street. So keep that in mind. You know, not all hope has to be lost if we don't build cascades up and down Main Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Councilor Deleuze?
I'm in agreement with Councilor Keene. I think there needs to be 2 parking spaces. Rents are high. And if you got 2 people living in an apartment, they both need to get to work to pay that rent. Face it, I mean, what is it, $2,500, $3,000 for an apartment? Are you kidding me? You need 2, if not 2.5. So people can get to work, unless the town of Barnstable is gonna cough up some money for transportation and have sidewalks for people who can get around. But they tried that once before, public transportation. That didn't go so well. I don't know why it didn't go well, but it didn't. And people live here, people have a right to have a quality of life in decency, and not having a place for you to park your car when you come home after work is not good quality of life. I don't understand why nobody gets that. If you got a $30,000 a year, $40,000 a year, it's not a lot of money. By the time you pay your rent, your car note, your car insurance, buy toilet paper to wipe your butt. Who can afford it? And then want to live in the town of Barnstable? Y'all, it ain't that great of a place. Not anymore. There's traffic everywhere. Can't get anywhere. There's no more cabs. You gotta wait on an Uber. It's ridiculous. I'm for 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on my left? Councilor Shine?
Yeah, so I think and I'll address my questions to Mr. Cupper. So you would agree that adding additional parking spaces as a minimum requirement would likely increase rents, increase the cost to the developer, and
Yes, that's
so,
basic understanding.
and you know, as looking at this, there's the 1.5 spots per unit, but there's also a requirement for the size of individual parking spaces that's based on typical space for a full-size car. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I was wondering whether you considered having a maximum percentage for compact cars, which is typically a foot smaller in width, and usually the length is smaller as well. That would essentially make it less expensive to build. Is that something that was considered? And I just like what your thoughts on that would be.
Yeah, absolutely. So there was certainly discussion of compact cars. There's actually some recent history with compact cars and parking spaces. This does not include parking compact spaces. However, there is a provision in the ordinance that if they wanted to, if a developer or a project would like to go beyond the minimum standards, there is a special permit allowance by the planning board. And so that's where that could potentially come in. But at this time, there is no allowance for compact.
Yeah, and I looked on the website of the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, which is the planning agency for metropolitan Boston, basically. And I noted that they had that two of the towns within their jurisdiction had maximum percentages for compact spaces that are 8 feet instead of 9 feet wide. I think Marlborough was 33% and Needham was 50%. But is that something, especially if there's going to be further consideration of this, is this something that you would suggest be considered as well?
If the council so chose, absolutely, we could provide some examples of other communities and what the best practices have been. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I guess a related point here is the availability of town off-street parking that's not fully utilized, that could be perhaps in agreement with developers or tenants, be used for parking. And I know there was a parking study that was done a number of years ago. And I know that this is not true for a lot of the town parking spaces that are fully utilized. But I wonder if you could comment on that, and is that also a potential way of optimizing parking?
So we certainly would not incentivize parking on street. Those, as was mentioned, that's something that's a point of concern for the business community. That is the main concern there, is they are very, well, I don't want to put a blanket statement out for all business community, but those business community members that I've spoken to are excited about new investment in the area, but one of the number one concerns is parking on street and making sure that that is not used for like overnight parking, which we have restrictions for, so you're not able to do so.
And I was speaking specifically, and I just say my own experience is I use a lot between Main Street and North Street. I've never seen it being full. There are spaces, so that there would I think be the ability of the town to utilize probably a relatively small amount of those spaces that would fulfill some of the parking needs without requiring basically developers and tenants pay for parking that may not be necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. So that we certainly do, in the current zoning, allow for incentivizing shared parking where available. So in that parking study that you referred to, about 13,000 parking spaces in downtown Hyannis, right? We have an ocean of parking, but it's not utilized well. So only about 3,000 or so as public parking. And so, as you mentioned, yes, there are examples in which we have provided permits for residents that live above commercial on public, for public spaces. However, given the fact that there's that 13,000 spaces and all the underutilized spaces there, given the fact that there's all this underutilized parking spaces, we seek to have them look to their neighbors first to see if there's a better use for shared parking, because if you go out there today, you'll see a lot of asphalt.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kupfer, my question is, what's the rationale for going to 1.0? What was I know you didn't make the decision, but what in the planning world, what is that?
Well,
why is that?
Yep. So it's everything you just heard. The opportunity for a minimum standard, so allowing for developers to build out parking spaces they found appropriate for their developments. And then in addition, if they needed additional parking, it wasn't mandated that it would have to be on their parcel. They could look to their neighbors and try and share parking, because again, there's an abundance of extra parking that is not utilized properly, not ours, private property owners, that there's an opportunity there, and that way incentivizes an avenue for someone to try and do that. Mandating additional parking doesn't open the door for that. But this, however, after a lot of discussion and some examples of projects that have come in the door, I think the discussion has been very valuable, and the increase, as I think Councilor Luckey mentioned, is a compromise to rise that number up ever so slightly to, again, a minimum. So if developers so chose, they could increase their parking.
So say if we look 10, 20 years down the road, are people going to be driving cars less often? I
cannot predict that, unfortunately. I will say there are a number of avenues that we are always exploring. There are car share, obviously a lot of car sharing opportunities in Barnstable now, Hyannis specifically. We've had a lot of discussions about that micro transit, so an entity that would drive in a very prescribed area, so almost like a RTA type setup, but of a smaller scale. We've also had a lot of great discussions with the CCRTA, the new administrator. They came and talked to the planning board about their future initiatives, and working with the developments that are coming online to engage one-on-one with those tenants to say, there is an opportunity here. We have fixed route here. We have wave down buses. We are the highest user in all of the Cape, probably not a surprise. So they're willing to work with us on any route we wish to do. A good partner that we're working with right now is Riverview, who's coming to town, and the CCRTA is already at their doorstep trying to engage with them. So yeah, there's a lot of opportunities, but yeah, I certainly can't predict the future on that.
Sorry, it's too bad.
Thank you. Any further comment on the left? Vice President Clark.
Thank you. I have a brief comment. If I understand Councilor Keene's concern, I'm not so sure we can lock down an average price for parking, because I think there's too many variables involved. I've been giving it some thought, whether or not the pavement or the substrate is pervious or not, or shell or gravel or asphalt, or curbing and entrances. So I'm giving that serious consideration, but I'm not sure that's a factor we can use here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further, Councilor Keene?
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, I just want to make it clear that the direction of my comments was not that I wanted to go to 2, but rather that I would probably prefer to go to less than 1.5. And sort of the second related thing, and really from what Councilor Starr said, and people laughed when he asked, will we be driving cars in 10 years? There's an element of this that makes me think like we're back in the late 1800s, and there's a zoning board there right at the dawn of the automotive age arguing over how many stables for horses does every residence need to have. And then, of course, the automobile came along, and there were no stables. And those of you who have been to San Francisco or LA or even Florida know that Waymo and similar types of transportation are really taking over the city. And the idea behind that, and where it's going to lead, is that people won't own their own cars. People will simply rely upon transportation for hire at a very low price because there's no human being involved in terms of the driving. Massachusetts is now going to be, shortly is going to be permitting Waymo to also test out within the Commonwealth. We're putting together rules that are going to guide, this is going to guide for generations. And when you build a property and demand that it have at least 1.5 spaces, I'm really wondering whether 5 or 10 years from now we're going to look at that and say how crazy it is that we made the first floor of these buildings have to be parking lots rather than green space.
Thank you. Councilor Levesque.
Thank you, President Tamish. Thank you, Jim, for the great presentation. And again, I appreciate the ad hoc committee's work and the planning board. Just to clarify, When would this, if we vote on this, when would this take effect?
So it goes into effect, and town council is here, or town attorneys are here that can clarify if I misspeak, but under Mass General Law, it's the first hearing notice that was issued for this. So I believe it was January 9th, so early January, it would be in effect, essentially.
So if somebody got a building permit after that date that says they could use the one, do they no longer, is it void?
There's a number of caveats to that. That is one primary way in which you can retain your development rights, is you pull the building permit, so you've adhered to all the standards. There's also, if you've completed an approval not required plan, that gives you some certain standards for specifically use for 3 years that you can retain rights. There's also subdivision proposals that have come forward. So if you've done a preliminary subdivision, you retain your rights until as you continue on through a definitive subdivision plan. And that, I believe, gives you 8 years of essentially freezing your development rights. So there's a lot of different variables. There's also, if you've received a special permit prior to it, then you also have that opportunity to retain certain rights. So there's a lot of variables out there. But yeah, to your point, there is a hard stop at a point, and some who haven't taken advantage of that would lose those rights.
So I guess to get more specific, the Hibble building, is that in danger of losing basically their opportunity at this point because they haven't completed pulled a building permit or subdivision or anything like that?
Yeah, I can't speak to the exact history of that. I do know that they have received a special permit in the recent past, and I believe have pulled at minimum a demolition permit. So, but I couldn't speak specifically about whether or not they have their rights retained or not at this time.
Yeah, that would be a concern. Just because of the investment that people have been making in these projects in regards to that. So, and again, we do the right thing, we post, we do those different things, but sometimes people are just about their busy day and they don't know that actually this is what's taking place today. I appreciate, again, all the discussion and again, all the hard work. And I do believe that, there are people, and these statistics are right, that 85%, drive to work, so on and so forth. But we're really talking about an area that's very special and could really be activated as a walkable, community where people walk to work. My uncle and aunt live on School Street, and they have a disability. And there's a lot of people that walk up and down, and I help shovel his driveway, and you see people moving, and they're using the public transportation, and I think that again, because we're not used to a densely populated area, in a lot of areas, people just assume that if you don't have a car, you can't afford things or whatever it might be. But I think there is a movement towards that. And I think that, using downtown Hyannis for that one point, and just so people understand a little bit of the history, this original process was very much driven by the planning department. And the council, encouraged them to come up with presentations and so on and so forth. One of the biggest rock stars on this was Kate Maldonado. She doesn't get enough credit in the work that she's done and the education that she brings to the table in regards to this. So and again, now this process has been more council-driven, so be it, here we are. But I think that I have real concerns, like Councilor Keene, about the raising of rents and again, going to the 1.5 specifically for this area. But again, I appreciated the work. But I actually would like to to see if anybody has an appetite for it. I'd like to make a motion that we change in Section 4 of this from 1.5 to 1.25.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion made. Was there a second? Motion made and second to change in Section 4 from 1.5 to 1.25, was that? I'm sorry, 1.25, correct? Okay. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion?
Yes, it's not enough. I'm looking out for people who have to go to work every single day and park. I don't give a care about the builders and what they want and what they'll lose. How about the people who live here and what they want and what they need? Anybody considering them? No. Yeah, I think
All right.
so. And it's disgusting. As we represent, don't smile over there.
Councilor
It
DeLuce.
is disgusting that nobody's really thinking about the people that you represent in the village that you represent. And you're thinking about, well, the builders will lose money. Who gives a rat's ass but the builders? What about the people who live in the town that you represent? Anybody? I got you all.
I would appreciate the comments ceasing from the audience, please. The council is discussing this, and please give them the respect to be able to discuss it. Any further discussion on the amendment?
Yeah, just for information, I know in the planning board discussion, both the chairman of the planning board and one of the other members originally proposed the 1.25, and the 1.5, after some discussion, was a compromise. But the notion of 1.25 did have significant support.
Councilor Vec?
And if I could just follow up real quick, I actually am thinking of those who have less, who will rely more on the public transportation and not. My concern isn't necessarily about the builders, but it's more of the residents that would populate this area and be able, not really have to rely on that and make the rents more affordable and things of that nature. So, but just to respond to that, I'm not concerned necessarily about the builder. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a response to the response.
Councilor DeLuce. Go ahead.
Yes, a response to the response. That's not caring about my opinion. The residents. If we had a really nice transportation system to get those residents from place to place, I might agree with you, but we don't. So maybe this can come up in 3 years or so when we have a public transportation, if the town and anybody cares to invest in the public transportation or walking. Like you saw, the sidewalks were horrendous after the storm. Given it was a significant storm, I agree, and it took time, but it took a little bit too much time. There are people locked in their places. There's the I don't know the name of the place right down the street from me, but it's elderly people. They walk their dogs. They can't even walk their dogs. They can't even get out and walk. Nothing's plowed. It's dangerous. And it's inconsiderate. You pay taxes and we can't get that stuff cleaned up. It's sad. The town is really sad, and I'm so disappointed and sometimes embarrassed. That's why I sit here to have my voice for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the amendment? Okay. Just to reiterate, the amendment is section 4 to go from 1.5 to 1.25. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Councilors Crocker,
No.
Crow,
No.
Deleuze,
No.
Keene,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
No.
Penn,
No.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
No.
Bloom,
No.
Burdick,
No.
Clark.
No.
9 noes.
Okay, the motion does not pass. So we are back to the original motion as printed in section 4, 1.5. Okay, any further discussion on the order as written? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors. Crow.
Yes.
Deleuze.
No.
Keen.
No.
Levesque.
No.
Ledke.
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Scheingold.
No.
Starr.
Yes.
Tamish.
Yes.
Bloom.
Yes.
Burdick.
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker.
Yes.
9 yes.
The motion does pass. Okay, it is 8:45. We will reconvene at 9.
I probably should have
Okay, if councilors could take their seats, please, we will resume. Ready?
Good to go.
Okay, we will resume the meeting. 9 o'clock. Councilor Deleuze, could you read in 2026-005, please?
I certainly can. I got to find my glasses.
And that's page 16.
(2026-005), amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1. General Ordinance, Chapter 240, Zoning. Article 3, District Regulations to modify building height requirements in the downtown Main Street District and downtown Village District.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. This is a public hearing. So at this point, I will open the public hearing and recognize Mr. Kupfer for the rationale.
Good evening again. Jim Cupford, Director of Planning and Development. So tonight, this is the second item of business, 2026-005, and we're talking about building height requirements. I can quickly go through this section just to give a quick refresher. I know you've seen it. We're already moving along. But ultimately, where we are today, what our existing zoning today, 3.5 stories or 4, but that 4 is set back. Excuse me, and the definition of zoning or building height is built upon stories. And what I mean by that is, again, back to this diagram where we talk about number of stories allowed. So again, talking about up to 4 stories, technically in the downtown Main Street and the downtown Village. And these are the allowances in terms of maximum. So 18 feet maximum on the first floor, 16, 16, 16 above that first floor. And so ultimately we're building up to a 66-foot height to the plate as opposed to the ridge being where that gable comes together. And so the discussion was had, and the town council moved forward with an attempt to move those heights down ever so slightly. And so talking about 3 stories and 3.5 maximum. Though, again, just reiterating, the planning board had, I think, some really good discussions and ultimately wanted to tweak the definition so that we're talking about the ridge height and the ultimate maximum height, and their variable for ultimate maximum height is 49 feet. And so how that practically looks, again, is adjusting the definition. So before you, a planning board recommendation. So this is a little bit different process than that of if you so chose, the first item. If you wanted to move forward with the planning board's recommendation, there would be an amendment to the original proposal to consider the planning board's recommendations. We have that ready for you if you so chose to move forward in that direction. And so the planning board's recommendation, again, is to change that building height to the top of the ridge and include the natural mean grade in there. And so, again, practically speaking, if you wanted to move forward with the planning board's recommendations, we're going to slightly adjust the red line so that it is 3.5 maximum. Again, that's certainly for the council's discussion. The building height is 49 feet in height maximum at the ridge. And we remove the discussion of minimum maximum stories. Again, for DMS and DV, that could be achieved for this discussion. So that is before you tonight. That's the summation. Again, right before you right now is 3 stories or 3.5 maximum with a 3.5 step back. However, the planning board, again, recommended altering that definition and a total of 49 feet maximum and 3.5 stories. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jim. Any further, oh, it's a public hearing. Okay. Is there any from the public? Mr. Schulte?
What's the trick here? Anything? Good evening again, councilors. My name is Bob Schulte, and I'm a resident of Centerville and the former chair of the Ad hoc Zoning and Regulatory Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight on item 2026-05. Is it just the right arrow? Okay, great, thank you. Prior to tonight's meeting, I spoke with President Tamish, and as the former chair of the Ad hoc Zoning Committee, I requested and received approval to speak for more than 3 minutes tonight. I have a brief presentation to share with you. I'll do my best to keep my remarks to 7 or 8 minutes and under 10, I promise.
You promised.
I promise. I won't rehash the history of the Ad hoc Subcommittee other than to state the purpose of the subcommittee, which was to work with the town's planning and development staff to review and reassess recently adopted zoning changes, review the town's use of regulatory agreements, and make recommendations to the council. Our objective was to review those guidelines and solicit and consider input from the community, residents, business owners, developers, and any other members of the public who wish to provide input. We did that in the most transparent manner. All of our meetings were open to the public, televised and recorded, detailed minutes taken and posted on the website, interim updates provided at town council meetings, a detailed memo of the subcommittee's work was presented to the council, which included the full memo from the one dissenting member of the subcommittee, contrary to what was commented on by a member of the public earlier that it was an incomplete record. And finally, a detailed presentation of the subcommittee's findings were given to the council by members of the subcommittee. One of the major items we reviewed and discussed was before you tonight, the building heights that are allowed under the current downtown Hyannis zoning adopted in February 2023. What we heard from the community, loud and clear, was that the maximum building heights allowed under the current zoning were too high. One of the developments, the height of which was identified as extremely concerning, was the residence at Hyannis Harbor, which is currently under construction at 201 Main Street. I know you all know what it looks like, but here's a picture of that development. As part of its work, the subcommittee recommended to the council that a priority objective should be to better align the building heights in downtown Main Street and downtown Village districts with the surrounding neighborhoods. The result of doing this would be to help maintain and preserve the character of Main Street and downtown Hyannis, but at the same time, prevent the creation of a canyon effect of allowing the construction of 4-story building all along Main Street, yet still allow for moderate development. Therefore, the subcommittee originally recommended that the number of stories allowed in both the downtown Main Street and downtown Village zoning districts be reduced from 4 to 3.5 stories, and we also recommended a setback requirement of at least 8 feet for the half story. During the planning board's review of this item, several former members of the ad hoc committee, several of which are here tonight with me, appeared before the planning board, and a number of productive discussions were held. 2 of the recommendations made by the planning board, and with which at least a 2/3 majority of the ad hoc members agreed, were 1, and Jim has referred to this before, the establishment of maximum building height limits for the downtown Hyannis zoning districts, and 2, that building heights would be measured from the average mean grade to the top of the building roof ridge and no longer to the roof plate. Again, personally, I thought that was a tremendous discussion, and I was very pleased with those recommendations. However, at least a 2/3 majority of the former ad hoc committee members strongly disagreed with the planning board's recommended amendments to this item, which would set the maximum building height at 49 feet and 3.5 stories for both the downtown Main Street and the downtown Village districts, and a height of 42 feet and 3 stories for the downtown neighborhood district. Over half of the members of the ad hoc zoning committee either appeared before or wrote to the planning board expressing their concern about those heights being recommended by the planning board as being too high and not adequately addressing the concerns and opinions of the community in particular the residents of Hyannis. I'd like to share a few slides here that will help you visualize what all of this means. On this slide, you'll see a picture of the 201 Main Street. As Jim has mentioned earlier, you'll see that the top of that at the ridge height is 55 feet 6 inches. When the planning board discussed the maximum building heights, they were provided with and used this next slide, which was a relatively simplistic drawing, provided planning and development, which shows a representation of a 49-foot building. Again, this wasn't necessarily presented for the purposes of selecting the heights, but this was a representation of what could be built under the current zoning and some of the proposals that were being discussed. Personally, I'm not sure that the picture of the isolated building on the far right of a 49-foot building can really help you as counselors decide whether that's an appropriate height for downtown Main Street in the downtown Village District. This next slide shows the same drawing of 201 Main Street with the reduction that was recommended by the planning board. You'll see the 49 feet to the left there, and you'll see the 55 feet 6. I'm 6'2", so the recommendation from the planning board is to come down 6.5 feet. So if you visualize 201 Main Street and lop off my height, that's what we're talking about being recommended for all of downtown Main Street and the downtown Village District. When the planning board, let's see, so that's that slide. As you know, I and other members of the ad hoc committee had requested more detailed renderings be provided that showed various building heights. For example, 35 feet, 40 feet, 44 feet, and 49 feet next to existing adjacent buildings located on Main Street. These requests were repeatedly made by me and others at the ad hoc during our meetings for 9 months. I asked for them again at the planning board, and I mentioned it to the town council on January 29th. For whatever reason, these drawings had never been provided or seen by anyone. I felt so strongly that these drawings were essential for the council to see and consider as part of your discussions that I retained the services of a highly regarded Boston-based architectural design firm at my personal costs to develop drawings, which I'm sharing with you now in the next 2 slides. This first slide, I selected 2 locations on Main Street which I thought were particularly vulnerable to future development. The first is 462 Main Street, which is the site of the Fresh Catch restaurant on the corner of Main and Winter Street. As you see here, you'll see to the left of that property is 474 Candy Corner, and to the right, directly across the street on Winter, is what used to be, I guess, the Zoe and Company and then the old Rockland Bank building. What I asked the architects to do was to show us the actual heights of those buildings and then show various heights for the different types of buildings. So you can see here at 49 feet, if someone was to build a building on the Fresh Catch property, that building would be almost twice the height of the building to its right at 25 feet and 1.5 times the Candy Corner. This was what I was talking about when I thought you needed to see what these various heights would look like in relationship to buildings that exist on Main Street. The second drawing is a little further down Main Street at 627 Main Street. It's what I think people refer to as the old windmill, the Windmill Plaza. On the left of it is the 615 Main Street, or the residence at 615. That is 40 feet high. To the right of the Windmill Plaza is the little building there. I think that might have the smoke shop in there. That's 20 feet. So once again, you can see what 35, 40, and 44, 49-foot buildings would look like. So when you look at that, if you put a 49-foot building next door to 645 Main, you're going to be 2.5 times the height of that building. To the left, at 40 feet, a 40-foot height, 44, that might be a reasonable height for Main Street, but the 49 felt strongly that was too high. I think you'll all agree that these drawings provide you with a much better sense of the scale of various heights under consideration and what they'll look like in comparison to actual heights of existing buildings on Main Street. These renderings were created by architects using Google Earth Pro. I wanted to confirm the accuracy of the height depictions and asked the architects to address that. They assured me that Google Earth Pro is a tool commonly used by most architectural firms, and heights displayed are very accurate, typically within plus or minus 1 foot. If you still question the accuracy of these renderings, I suggest you take a look at this slide that was provided by the town. It shows the town's measurement of 615 Main Street at 40 feet 9 inches. The architects showed it at 40. That rendering is well within the plus or minus 1 foot, and I think that identifies the accuracy of the architect's drawings are very, very comparable to what exists on Main Street. The next 2 slides I've included just for reference purposes. I think Jim showed some of that earlier. This is the 199 Barnstable Road being developed on the Sprinkle remodeling property. These buildings are, according to the design, it says 33 and 10.5 inches. I think Jim said 35. And I believe these are considered 2.5-story buildings, Jim? Okay, so 2.5 stories at about 33, say run it up to 35 feet. So this just shows you what you can accomplish in that, with that height level and with that number of stories. Finally, the planning board recommended the town council to vote no on the item as originally proposed. I and the other members of the ad hoc zoning committee agree with that. We do agree with to accept the planning board's proposed recommendations regarding 1, the setting of maximum building heights for the zoning districts, and the measurement of building heights as described previously. However, we reject the planning board's proposed recommendations of 49 feet for the downtown Main Street and downtown Village districts and 42 feet for the downtown neighborhood district as being too high. We recommend the council consider setting maximum heights between 40 and 44 feet, potentially even lower based on your discussions for the downtown Main Street and downtown Village districts, and 35 feet and 2.5 stories for the downtown neighborhood district. I want to stress that will probably not be, as Jim said, it'll have to be a separate matter, and I'll be happy to discuss more about that, but the 42 feet for what's essentially a residential area is still too high. In closing, I want to remind you that the decision you make tonight, hopefully, regarding maximum building heights will have a lasting impact on what Main Street, Hyannis, and neighboring areas will look like for generations to come. The question is, do you want to rejuvenate and improve downtown Hyannis and at the same time maintain its historic charm and character and the feel of a unique seaside village? Or do you want to vote to allow more of this height and type of development to be built along Main Street and throughout the downtown Village districts, which lie between Main Street and many of Hyannis's residential neighborhoods? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
How you doing? Eric Schwab, Hyannis. If I have a question for the Madam Clerk, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Has anyone other than Councilor DeLuce filed forms indicating or discussing an appearance of a conflict of interest?
Yes, they have answers. I can't tell you everybody because it's down my file.
Okay. Do you have, for example, the gentleman next to you, did he file?
I can go downstairs and pull the file, but I know that Councilor Scheingold also did submit one. I'm not sure who else.
Okay. So thank you very much for that, Madam Clerk. So there are conflicts on this council. There are people that do business downtown. There are people who influence decision makers downtown that create an appearance of a conflict of interest. And when the form-based zoning was first voted on years ago, I think 2 or 4 councilors had to step aside. And I'm just wondering why it is that Councilor DeLuce was the only one who was approached by the town attorney and asked to recuse herself, when clearly there are folks sitting here who do business downtown, a lot of business, and they should be filing forms, they should be recusing themselves. Other thing is, through you, Mr. President, the new counselor from Marston's Mills referenced the metropolitan guides, right? So I would like to say, as a resident of Hyannis, that we do not wish to be a metropolis. We think that you don't have to go to Harvard to afford 2 cars, that you should be allowed to own and park 2 cars in the village of Hyannis. You cannot discriminate against us if we want to park 2 cars in front of our condo.
I don't want a back and forth. We're not going to have a back and forth.
Okay, let me skip ahead. Height and the size of buildings is determined largely by parking. You made the right decision on parking. Now, please make the right decision on height. The heights have to come down incrementally. The size of a Smoot, okay? The size of Mr. Schulte, we're asking the heights to come down, okay? That's not an unreasonable request, okay? So let's just try to be reasonable and vote yes one more time. Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Chris Kuhn. Do I need to sign this again or not?
I don't know, Madam Clerk, do you want to sign in each time, or?
Well, now that I know his full name, I can.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I did it anyway.
You're in the database, Mr. Kuhn.
Thank God. Height. I think there's probably 2 things that any village, town could do that would create the most impact on any area. The first would be complete demolition. The second would be height. Height changes the character astronomically, no pun intended. It takes whatever we were trying to accomplish by having a historic district and throws it right out the window. Kind of like form-based zoning, that does that too, because it requires things to be demolished and rebuilt. The predominant buildings on Main Street are 1 story, 2 stories, maybe 2.5. There are some that are large 2-story buildings. Puritan comes to mind. The Sturgis School, another one. For instance, the old, was it the Holiday Inn behind the Fresh Catch? That's actually a 3-story building.
Howard Johnson's.
Howard Johnson's, yeah. And the Hyannis, not the Hyannis Inn, what's the one on North Street, anyway, behind Puritan? That's a 3-story building too. The town's housing authority building down on C Street Extension, that's a 3-story building. You drive by and you wouldn't notice it's really a 3-story building because the first floor is kind of subterranean, it's moles, whatever, somebody, But to all of a sudden go from 2 and 2.5-story buildings at most to even 3.5-story buildings or 3-story buildings. Who's walking up 3 stories? The builders are going to tell you, we can't build 3 stories. Okay, you got to put an elevator in. That doesn't make sense. We got to have 4 to make it make sense to be able to,
30 seconds.
rent it. So I don't follow the logic. The character, you're not preserving the character of the town at all. Not one bit. By allowing these 3-story, even 3-story buildings, 2.5-story buildings. It's gone. We're not a city, yet. We have a city form of government, but we're not a city. You can go on Google Earth, pick any town any town, anywhere, zoom into their street view, take a look at the buildings. Unless it's a bona fide city, or it's a town, a mill town that has, big, lumber mills, whatever. Any town you go to, you get down to the street view, you do not see anything more than two-story buildings.
Mr. Kuhn, can you finish up, please?
I can't. Primarily because they're old. And when they were built, they didn't have elevators. So everybody only built a 1.5 or 2-story building. The advent of the elevator made the sky the limit. And that's where we're at now, except it's not going to make sense to have a 3-story building and have to put in an $80,000 elevator just to be able to get that extra one floor. You know, you're not going to, certainly you're not helping the elderly. You know, they're not living there. You know, I'm not hiking up 3 stories every day. So anyway, good luck. Just remember, this is Hyannis. It's, you know, it's a village. We're going to have buildings that end up looking like that Cascade property.
Mr. Kuhn.
It looks like that building belongs on the Outer Banks, waiting for the hurricane. You know?
I assume and hope I don't have to sign back in again.
There you go.
Your favorite John Julius, again, third time in one night, unbelievable. Here he comes again. So I got to tell you guys, that's a tough act to follow. Chris, Eric, Bob Schulte. You know, it doesn't get any better than the comments they made. And here we go again. Don't make the mistake. The lower, the better. Hyannis is becoming a circus. And I think if any one of you, when you go home tonight and you lay your head down on your pillow tonight, ask yourself an honest, serious question. If you had a son or a daughter, son-in-law, granddaughter, would you want them living in that stupid, idiotic building over there, the old Cascade? I already know the answer, but when you lay your heads down on your pillows tonight, I guarantee you, you're going to think about that. Stop this nonsense in our village of Hyannis. To continue this is going to continue to destroy it. And again, all the buildings should stop now. It should all come to a halt because of the water and the sewer. I've said this 100 times. You know, I was at the zoning board hearing last night, and one of the zoning board members made a comment about they could stop that over there, that new development that the builder's proposing over off Great Marsh. They could stop it from a public safety standard. You know, Hyannis is 14 square miles. We used to have 14,000 people, probably within the last 3 or 4 years. I bet anybody in this room right now, it's now over 21,000 people. Jammed in, packed in, traffic, but most importantly, the sewer. And Conservation Law Foundation, I'm going to keep coming back here week after week. You're going to get sick of seeing me and sick of me hearing about it. But the Conservation Law Foundation has a big lawsuit against the town of Barnstable. You know what? I've called them 3 times this week. I am going to join that lawsuit on behalf of my good friend, the late Gary Lopez, because he and I filed a suit in federal court before CLF did. I'm glad they took it because they have more money than I do. But I'm going to join that lawsuit because something needs to change here, and you all have the ability to be able to help us do it. Stop the nonsense. These builders waltzing into Hyannis getting tax credits up the kazoo. When's the last time any homeowner in Barnstable has been paying taxes for the last 30 or 40 years? These elderly people in their homes paying taxes 30, 40 years. When's the last time any of those people got a tax credit, a tax break? The builder out at the 850 Residence Apartments got a 10-year tax break 4 or 5 years ago. You know what? We're sick of it. It has to stop. This building nonsense has to stop. The water and sewer cannot handle it. And keep your eye on the sewer treatment plant. I've said it. We'll keep saying it. That building, sewer treatment plant, was built in 1935, same year as the bridges. All of you, to the last time I knew, live in Barnstable. You don't have a concern about that? You either better have a concern or a big fat checkbook. Thanks very much.
Seth Tim of Hyannis, also above Hyannis West and Barnstable Middle School, Barnstable High School, and former Barnstable High School teacher. And I mention all of that because of the connection between these building heights and kids that grew up in Hyannis, and the connection that if you limit building heights, you're going to remove a floor that could house people. And this is less about building heights, but more importantly, becoming a lot more clear that this is a lot more about just stopping development. And if that's the case, if that's the will of the town, then I'll accept that. I won't support it, but I'll accept that. But I can't ignore the connection between the issues that Barnstable Public Schools are facing in terms of funding, the difficulty for families to afford to live here, and the impact that will have on kids, with their parents having to work more and more and not being able to help their kids read in schools, and the correlation that will impact their entire lives afterwards. I'm just one of the lucky ones that got out. That left, got educated, just happened to have an architecture degree. So when I look at these elevations, and they're nice, they're nice graphics, but it's very misleading to show a flat image, to show relation in height. I mean, like this, I'm 5'10", but now I'm 6 foot. Yeah, so I'll just leave that there. But in relation to parking, when you look at the Cascade and how it's lifted on stilts, that actually relates back to an architectural concept, Pilotti from Le Corbusier, over 100 years old. Those stilts are a solution to parking, because if you're going to raise the parking minimum, that is the only way that they could, square that out. Those stilts would not exist if there were no parking minimums.
Any further public comment? Mr. Barrett.
Yeah, Ken Barron again, Centerville. We keep hearing for a long time now about how expensive it is to live on Cape Cod. Well, I'm going to kind of dispute that idea, because it's cheaper to live on Cape Cod than it is the Boston suburbs, some of them by quite a bit. You take your house in Centerville, your 3-bedroom Cape, put it up at Dedham, you're going to increase the price by at least 50%, and your real estate taxes will probably be triple. So I know we're all concerned about houses on Cape Cod and the prices, and it's difficult for our kids to buy a home, which my son just did because he's worked hard and saved his money. But we're fortunate, and this is how the Cape has gone for as long as I can remember. It's cheaper to live on Cape Cod than it is the Boston suburbs. Always has been. Cheaper housing is more like Western Plymouth, Central Mass, Western Mass, etc. Cape Cod is what it is. We're going to try our best to help people get homes. I think Section 8 is a good program to help people out, but they keep adding to the housing stock. And Mr. Tamish, if it's okay if I address you, we talked about this at the Centerville Civic Association, that the more housing stock you add, the more housing stock you have to build to conform to the recommended 10% rule that Massachusetts wants to implement. We got to keep that in mind, but it's not that bad on Cape Cod compared to other places in eastern Massachusetts, not by a long shot. And in regards to, we want to build the 15-minute city, which you hear about all around the country, that's good for places like New York City, which are just, apartments everywhere, and people can walk to and from work. A lot of people don't own cars. Cape Cod is what it is. Everybody wants a car on Cape Cod for the most part. Just because it's Hyannis doesn't mean they can't have one, okay? So I agree with Mr. Lewis on at least 2 parking spots per unit. I know it's not going to pass, but I agree with that. People need to drive to work. People need to drive to Cape Cod. I want to go from here. I want to go to the beach out in Orleans or wherever. I want a car. I'm not going to wait for the bus. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Mr. Richmond.
Bear with me. So, councilors, this is the same old debate that we've been having, that we're going to have, which is some people believe that we need to cram as many units into the space as possible, and that somehow that will lead to affordable housing. And as I've written to you, it takes a long time. I don't think it's going to work that way. I've written to you before. big buildings should go anywhere from the Rotary to Route 6, not in downtown Hyannis. I'm not saying don't build them, but the growth incentive zone is in the wrong place. That area is already incredibly crowded. And this, I can tell you right now, tonight, what this discussion of height is going to turn on is the belief of what's most important, cramming spaces into downtown Hyannis or livability in Hyannis. You're going to see this on Great Marsh Road, and you're going to be sorry. And as far as the stilts go, the stilts were put in place with a parking requirement of one house per apartment. So I know how it's going to go, but I had to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public discussion?
Good evening, Council. For the record, Tim O'Neill. I am a vice chair of the planning board, so I was a part of all these discussions in the public hearing process. I'm here tonight on my own accord. I just wanted to say that the height restrictions and zoning around building heights is one of the most difficult portions of our zoning codes across the state with how they're written, and they are usually subject to the most unintended consequences with how they are written. One of the most important things that came out of our discussions was the definition of that building height. The town of Barnstable, to my knowledge, is the only town on Cape that regulates most of our building heights to that gutter line. Almost every other town on Cape, and I've done projects, Falmouth, Chatham, Mashpee, we have to get certified heights to the ridge. The engineer comes out after, the zoning's written to the ridge, and it produces very predictable results. The town of Barnstable, almost all of our residential and then de facto into our commercial districts have been to the gutter line, allowing a lot of flexibility in those roof designs. When we started seeing projects come after the form-based code, these half stories, these 4 stories came into play. And a lot of that started to play with the roof lines of how that came to be. The form-based code was constructed to have a lower kind of gutter line to make a 4-story building look like a 3-story building. So with all of the work of the ad hoc committee appearing before the planning board, the intention was lower buildings. And that was the intention of a 4-story building to a 3.5-story building. A 4-story building and a 3.5-story building is the same height. It's how much square footage is on there with the way the codes were written and the zoning was written in those roof shapes. So we looked at the zoning in the abutting residential districts. In most of those residential districts on like Winter Street, the West End, over on the East End, it was 30, and I think there was one of them that went 35 feet to the plate line for a single family residence. So you could have a total building height for how we redefined it, anywhere,
30 seconds.
Sorry, 40, 50, 55 feet or so. So the discussion afterwards of the kind of total height going down to 35 feet or the 2.5 stories happened after that left our board. And if there is intention on maybe looking at that, down to 2.5 stories or 3 stories, it needs to come back for, I think, a comprehensive review for how that definition is written. What you don't want is to just take it as written and write it down to 35 feet, because then you will have unpredictable results of 3.5-story buildings being crammed into that height and lots of flat roof things going on around. So that was just my one point to note. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Seeing none? No one online? Mr. Kupfer?
Yeah, I just had just 2 quick clarifying points. It was touched on already. I believe myself and Mr. Schulte touched on it. Before you, as you see on the screen, the proposal is to amend the building height requirements in downtown Main Street and downtown Village zoning districts. So that was what was noticed. That's what our public, our property owners have been notified of from the start. Throughout the process, a lot of good discussion was had, and Planning Board added in a discussion about the DN building height. Unfortunately, because in the very beginning we were not noticing and discussing and telling our property owners that that's truly what was on the table, that item, if you were to move forward with this item, we would likely need to come back through the process to remedy the DN district. It will be a cleanup item at that point, but I just want to make sure the council is aware of what you're able to vote on in that regard. The other item is just a clarification and speaking with the town attorney that, in fact, due to it being measures and are a form of government, these all will go into effect 30 days from the vote. So I just wanted to clarify that for our council. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so it's not contingent upon the issuance of a building permit or anything?
Well, all of that still comes into play. Just the threshold for when that would be triggered would be 30 days from vote. So at that point, building permit needs to be in hand, or all those other variables that I mentioned previously.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Okay, at this point, I will close the public hearing, and we will go into council discussion. Any council discussion on my left? Councilor Scheingold?
Yeah, I just wanted to make some clarification with regard to the disclosure of appearance of a conflict of interest that I made. It was not made with respect to either the first or this zoning item on the agenda. It relates to the next item on the agenda. And I basically, the town attorney didn't approach me. I saw that the Cape Cod Hospital filed comments, and they were represented by a law firm, a lawyer that my wife and I have used for unrelated personal matters is a partner in that law firm. So out of an abundance of caution, I filed an appearance of a conflict of interest, and I'm not going to recuse myself. This really is not going to have any effect on my ability to act unfairly or impartially. So I wanted to clarify that. I have no financial interest in any buildings or companies in Hyannis.
Thank you. Any further discussion on my left? Seeing none. On my right, Councilor Keene.
Just a quick question. New residential buildings, do they require an elevator for ADA purposes or not?
So elevator is building code, and it's determined by the certain heights and number of units. I cannot speak to that. I don't believe the building commissioner is here, so I'm not certain of that.
Okay. And then I guess the other question is, I think I heard that if we were to make an amendment to what is before us, it actually would have to be sent back to planning and renoticed and so on. Is that correct?
So it depends on what that amendment is, as long as it's within the four corners of what was proposed here originally and noticed properly. So those items that are before you that are the recommendation of the planning board, we have proposed amendments if the board wants to consider. We could pull those up for you of all the items that are within the four corners. And an example of that is the planning board, again, recommended a certain height for downtown neighborhood. And because that is, as you see on the screen there, not noticed during the beginning of it, that would not be part of an amendment tonight.
Okay. Mr. President, I would like to make an amendment that we amend the language to what was shown in the red line in terms of going to the ridge and doing the natural grade.
Jim, do you have that prepared?
Would you like me to pull that up? Absolutely.
Please.
I'm really confused. I thought that was already in. It seemed to me that pretty much everyone thought that was a good idea.
What?
It wasn't. That's what we have to do.
Okay, Counselor Keene, is this the, just to make sure that we're on the same page, that's the amendment that you would be proposing?
So I can walk through that
This
if
is
you
the
like.
amendment I'd be proposing. Thank you very much for having written it up for me.
So,
Mr. Kupfer, would you walk us through that, please?
yeah, absolutely. So originally, we're just looking at the different sections here and referring back to what was originally proposed as it compares to the planning board recommendation. So really, in earnest, what we're looking at here is changing the definition and the overall variable for heights. Just make sure Lynn, we're okay? Yep. So what we would be adding here in section 1 is inserting the words building height, the words in the for the downtown neighborhood, because we're now going to change the definition, and unfortunately, right now, the downtown neighborhood would stay at the original definition, but the downtown Main Street and downtown Village would now, in section 2, as you see, incorporate the new definition of to the ridge and the natural mean grade. We'll be inserting this figure, which I think is useful in my opinion. In addition, section 4 would transition from 4 stories to 3 1/2 in its place, and deleting the subsection about, and that subsection is referring to the step back per the planning board's recommendation. We would then remove, again, the min-max for the stories, as we're no longer measuring with the stories, but an overall height. And you'll see in section 7 that that's the case. Number of stories is total, 3.5 maximum, and a 49 feet maximum building height. Again, striking that footnote for the setback. Section 9, again, is talking about now we're in DV, moving from 4 to 3.5. So all of this is ultimately getting somewhat repetitive for downtown Main Street and downtown Village, but ultimately what we're getting at is changing the definition, the number of stories, and the building height as we've discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a second on that amendment? Motion has been made and seconded. Did anyone have any further discussion on the motion? Councilor Lutke?
Yeah, I wish we could have had more discussion before coming forward with an amendment. Some pieces of this amendment I agree with, others I don't. I think Tim spoke beautifully about the first pieces of it, the mean measurement and the ridge line. I think the heights, I'd like to have some further discussion. I myself had an amendment. There's a lot of heights being discussed out there. So I could support the first 2 pieces, but I would like to see a little bit more discussion and be able to propose the amendment I had for the heights.
So, Mr. President, my motion would have been for those first 2 pieces, that we measure to the ridge and that it's off of the natural mean. I recognize that people want to have more of a discussion about total height and so on.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion on the floor. So you,
I think
Town Council.
having had an opportunity to work through these draft amendments and globally, I would suggest that that the council not parse through various sections one at a time. I would suggest perhaps having further discussion on both heights and stories together, and then having a discussion about how we can reflect that in a motion.
Okay.
I think that things might get a little bit convoluted otherwise.
okay. Councilor Keene, would you be amenable to withdrawing your motion at this point for further discussion of the variables of height, ridge lines,
Sure.
et cetera? Okay. So that was the withdrawal of that motion at this point. And the second?
Withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilor Keene, I don't know if you want to discuss it further, or Councilor Lutke? Defer to Councilor Lutke.
Yes, thank you. I mentioned Orleans earlier, and I pulled up their zoning here. And what they did on their main street, and of course they're a smaller scale than Hyannis, I think we'll all agree on that. Again, to Tim's, beautiful comments, they came up with 2.5 stories on Main Street. And as Tim said, 2.5 is 3, 3.5 is 4. I agree with that. I think he said that well. So that's what Orleans, and they went up to 44 feet there. And they went back 100 feet with that. And I'm not suggesting that we do that. I did discuss this with Jim, and it seems a little complicated what Orleans did, and I think ours is simplified and maybe better for it. But it's a data point, and it's someone who looked at what we did, and I think improved and had it work for their village. I think, Jim, do you have I've been working with Jim on this, and the 49, I think, is too high, and I think Bob Schulte's drawings, I found them very helpful. And the ones that I looked at, and hopefully folks have had an opportunity to drive around town, the two ones that I really looked at to come up with my amendment were the 199 Barnstable Road, which is the new development where Sprinkle is. And this is another way I looked at, is it Teg or Tig? How does he say it on the planning board? I don't want to... Tig. I don't want to mispronounce his name, but he made a beautiful comment. He was very, very supportive of the ridge, but that you allow that third story to live, to be a full third story, that we put that in our parameters. And these ones at 191 Barnstable Road, I don't know if people have watched them being built, but they're built as boxes. They're a full 3 stories, and they're 35 feet. And they look like a box, kind of like our cascade. And then they put the roofs on the edge to look like dormers. I mean, completely fake. But when it's done, it looks real. And what's nice about those is that they're right up against some old homes, very old homes in Hyannis. Cottage looks. They're almost 1.5 stories. The bungalow kind of look, if people have a sense of that. And they look pretty darn good, to the point of many of our commenters. Chris Kuhn, we have a lot of 1 story, 1.5, 2, that are pleasing. I'd hate to see all of those destroyed. There's some very pleasing buildings. So when I saw that, it locked in my brain, and I asked Jim, what is the height of those, Jim? Because, I said earlier, we just have to look with our eyes and our senses and feel this. Sometimes you have to do that. We get out of the two-dimensional of a paper. And he said, well, they're 35. And I said, well, gosh, that's the number I want. And then Jim said, well, that's not going to work on Main Street because, I go to Jim's expertise. He says, because we need a commercial space. That's got to be taller. I said, okay, Jim, that makes sense. So how about 40 feet? And that's what I came up with. And it just so happens the other building that I adore, I guess I shouldn't say that, but I do adore it because of the design of it, because it speaks, again, I'm looking at Tim O'Neill, that we don't want boxes. Even though those ones at 199 are built as boxes, they don't come out that way because they bring that down, and I don't know all the right terminology. But that one at 615 was a theater. I went to movies there when I was younger. But now it's condos, and if you look at the side of it, it's very similar to the Cascade. It's incredibly huge. And when Jim puts up the picture, you say, oh, that's 2.5 stories. No. That's a full 3 stories. And there's condos in there. It was designed as a theater on the bottom and a dance hall on the top. So it has substantial lift to it. And they have parking underneath. You don't notice it because it's set way back. And what they did is they came out with these wings, if you will, to do the parking. And they have beautiful decks for the condos that are there. So that's what I came up with. It wasn't like, it was just me experiencing the town, listening to our people, having a sense for the village, but being reasonable and being compromised. So I came up with 3 stories and 40 feet on Main Street, which I think is a tad high, but I'm compromising. I think it's about compromise. And then I came up with the 35 feet based on those Sprinkle buildings. And if Jim wants to put them up again, if people aren't that well versed in them, I drive around them all the time. And I came up with that for the downtown village, and then I wanted to talk about the neighborhood, and Jim said, oh, no, you can't talk about the neighborhood. So yeah, I'm fine with that. We'll put the neighborhood back to the planning board, and we'll have guys like Tim look at it again. So that's my amendment. I totally support what you brought up, Tom. I think those, again, the planning board did an amazing job if you watch their deliberations and the public comment that was had. So I'd like to have other people's view. I'm going higher than I want to go because I have to be a reasonable person. So that's where I am. And Jim, I don't know if you have the language there. Thank you, Tom.
President Hamish, if I may, just for clarification purposes, so as Councillor Ludke had mentioned, some key distinctions from what the planning board was recommending and what Councillor Ludke was recommending. We put together in collaboration with Councillor Ludke that amendment proposal potential, and it's much of the same, and however, you'll find in section 4, for example, we're going from 4 to 3 stories as opposed to when the planning board was mentioning 3.5. Again, we're talking about in section 7, instead of 3.5 going to 3, and 49 to 40 feet maximum. So this is the downtown Main Street section. And then continuing on, now we're moving to the downtown village section, so those two different districts. And it's somewhat repetitive, but a little bit different here for Councillor Ludke's. 4 to 3 again, however, we're going to a shorter overall height. So section 12 is a maximum of 3 stories and a maximum building height of 35 feet in height. So that would be the difference, is ultimately in the downtown Main Street, it would be 40 feet in height at 3 stories, and in the downtown village, 3 stories and 35 feet in height, so a slight tier down for downtown village.
Okay, just to be clear, there is not a motion or an amendment on the floor. This is for discussion purposes only, okay? Is there any further discussion? Councilor Penn.
Yes, so I just wanted to clarify, we're not using gutter line, we're not using ridge line, and we're not using the plate height. We're using footage. We're back to footage now. Is that correct?
No. Go ahead.
Yep. To respond to Councilor Penn's, no, the recommendation of the planning board is what is being at least discussed at this moment, and it is to the ridge line. So the natural mean grade to the highest point of the roof, the ridge line, would be what is currently under discussion.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay. Any further discussion on my left? Councilor Starr?
Oh, thank you. Where'd Mr. Kupfer go? My question is, the minimum, the commercial, the first floor is a minimum of 14? Does that stay the same?
So with this amendment that is being discussed, we would be removing the whole min-max for stories, and we would be talking about overall number of stories and overall number of heights. So within that structure, a developer could create higher level, first level if they wanted to, smaller if they wanted to. It would need to meet building code, obviously. So it would be at the discretion of the developer at that point.
So if you went up, say, 40 feet, could you put a flat roof on the building?
You certainly could put a flat
And
roof.
there's no setback for the top floor at the moment?
Not at the moment, as proposed, no. Or as recommended by the planning board and as discussed by Councilor Ludke.
So if, in the planning board's discussions, they talked about 3.5 stories. What is the knee wall on the 4th floor? Is it 2 feet?
The knee wall on the
4th floor.
If you're referring to if we're doing a step back, or
No.
just overall architectural?
Just looking at the picture, the 4th picture in a row of those.
Oh, the schematic?
Yes.
Yes, I believe the dimension there is 4 feet.
4 feet for the knee wall?
I can pull up that schematic.
Councilor Starr, could you just kind of hold that up so we can know which page you're on?
Oh, it was the one with the page 50.
Oh, the one with the 4, okay, thank you.
Because it says 3.5 stories, and it looks like a pretty big story, that fourth story.
But it still has a maximum height.
Right, but that story has an angled roof. When you look at 199 Barnstable Road, the third story is shed dormers off both sides, which basically makes it a whole complete story. Gives it a little more bulk. You want this?
Yes.
It's on the slide.
Yeah, it was designed as 4 feet there, and a range, again, for the overall, from the 4 feet on top, 8 to 12 feet typically, but as you heard from one of our planning board members, that could drastically change as an architect wishes to design that.
So the top floor could be more than 15 feet high. If we go 14, 10, 10, that still leaves us 15 feet. I don't know, I'm just trying to figure it out myself, thanks. So what about an elevator? Does 199 Barnstable Road have an elevator? Nobody here knows, right?
I'm not.
I don't see one coming up through the roof. So I assume it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't believe so, but I'm not certain of that.
Okay. Because that elevators are allowed and they're not included in the 49 feet.
The mechanicals.
Mechanicals,
correct.
yeah, but they're not included in the 49 feet?
That's correct. The mechanicals as defined in the zoning would not be included in that.
All the mechanicals or just the elevator?
We spell out the different mechanicals.
Okay, they're spelled out, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion on my left, on my right? Councilor Burdick?
We're discussing currently, have we made an amendment yet? We have
No,
no
she has
amendments
not.
made. We're just hashing it out. in
We're just
terms
trying to
of
figure out if
what the-
we're going to go forward with the amendment or.
Right, so the
which one?
amendment, if we're going to amend this, we're gonna do it all in one piece? Relative to the
well-
recommendation that we now do the grade level measurement, and then we're gonna monkey with the varying heights and dimensional aspects of this as well?
Well, just for clarification, go ahead, Councilor.
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I think for simplicity's sake, before anyone makes a formal amendment, I think we should kind of figure out what the amendment is
That's
instead
what
of
I
trying
mean,
to
but-
amend the amendment
Yeah.
after it's made.
But if you do, so we'll have to go through, if say I support the new measurement, but do not support the distance,
Yeah.
the new heights, then you can't do that all at once, because then do you see what I'm saying? I don't understand the technicalities of that from a legislative standpoint or a parliamentary standpoint. But as it pertains to the altering of the dimensions of the buildings, I know that, Betty, it's not an arbitrary number that you've arrived at when it comes to these things. I just worry about unintended consequences of doing it here now with us in this setting, as opposed to what has already gone through all of the functionality, the functionality of the planning board and the ad hoc committee. So I just think that it may be complex for us to do all this in one shot and get to some consensus point anyway.
Well, I agree with you 1,000%. Unless we want to refer this to the no zoning subcommittee for further discussion, I mean, we have two options. One, we can refer it to the zoning subcommittee, or we can try to hash it out tonight.
Right, I mean, we have this new zoning subcommittee coming up. I know this has been a long time going. I don't know what's the appetite for that? Is it something that we want to take a closer look at, rather than have it be something that we try to figure out right now based on, and as I said, not to say that your numbers are arbitrary or whatever, because I'm sure they're based on, do you see what I'm saying? I don't know what the opinion is on this body for that at this point.
Vice President Clark?
Thank you, President Tamish. I agree with Councilor Burdick. I think if in that We're pretty close, but I think that we can polish it up at the subcommittee level and clean it up and bring it forward. I don't think it's a big lift.
My question would be to Attorney Kendrick, if this is, would it have to be withdrawn and sent to the zoning subcommittee, or can we keep it alive, so to speak, and move forward with it?
Yes, Mr. President, I didn't introduce myself last time. Assistant Town Attorney Jan Kendrick. I'm not used to being up this late, so bear with me.
Me either.
I would ask Mr. President for a brief break to confer with Assistant Tom LaRosa on that particular issue, the procedural issue. What I would suggest, if you want to try to discuss it a little bit further tonight to see how close you are on certain parts, on each of the components, I think it might be worth it to do that. You know, what you're looking at here is, I gather, you know, everyone seems to, there's a general consensus as to changing how we measure, you know, to the ridge line. And so, and I certainly understand the difficulty in trying to come to a general consensus and all the consensus with respect to the other moving parts of height and stories all at once. You know, if you want to take the time, a little more time tonight, to see where you are in terms of whether or not you do want to kick it to the subcommittee to discuss different heights that are different, perhaps what Councilor Lutke has suggested. We can take a moment, perhaps a brief break, and I can confer with the first assistant about that. But one thing I do want to just make sure that, in particular with this vote, that everyone is acutely aware of. You do want to make sure that when you do vote, if it ends up in a rejection, if it ends up in a denial, you want to make sure that you're acutely aware of the fact that you will have a 2-year bar. So you do want to make sure that you have consistent. Sorry, I'm tired and parched.
Right.
Consensus, and you know where you're going.
Sure, exactly, and that's why I'm saying that I would like to try to, without submitting a formal amendment or moving it forward, because if it does not pass, we are precluded for 2 years from bringing it up again, and maybe that's what some would like. I mean, it's up to the council. So.
Yes, thank you. If I may, just real quick, in addition to what Attorney Kendrick mentioned, bifurcation may be problematic in a very practical sense if we were to, say, adopt the definition but not adopt an overall height. We don't currently have an overall height in the zoning, so it would be then going to ridgeline and just back to stories again. So I'm not certain how that would work practically. So if there is if the council does want to pursue the definition and there is an opportunity for some compromise, I agree. Maybe further conversation could be had there.
All right. Councilor Crowe, do you have something?
I know the attorney earlier said that Mr. Keene's amendment should be with all this other stuff. I think it confuses the issue. It seems to be, to me, there's probably a consensus on the definition of, height, overall height from the grade versus the different stories. I think we can get rid of that out of there and have that voted on tonight, okay? And we can also still discuss stories, but we shouldn't have discussed them together. It seems to me that we can get that definition put away, and then we can all discuss without talking about stories and heights and all this together, and then further discuss this and possibly vote tonight or put it off.
I would defer to, Mr. Kupfer on that point, because I think that bifurcating the various issues does have an impact, practically speaking, that is outside the realm of what I can speak to. Would be, for example, Mr. O'Neill or Mr. Comfort. And so I would defer to them on that particular point. I would also consider, if you do want to kick it to the subcommittee for further discussion, you know, I would perhaps, I would strongly consider kicking the entire thing down to the subcommittee. But I'm speaking based on discussions with Director Kupfer and just the perhaps unintended consequences of having, you know, voting on part of this, but not all of it. I'll defer to you.
Also, just for your understanding, I mean, the other option is a continuation to a date certain to further digest the overall building heights, if that's where you wanted to go as well, as opposed to referring it to the subcommittee.
Okay. Councilor Scheinfeld.
If we're going to continue that or send it down to the zoning committee, I think it should also have the input of the planning board. I think that
we do have the planning board's input. You mean as far as the amendments go?
Right, but if there's going to be further amendments to this item, what I'm suggesting, and I think it's consistent with what Mr. O'Neill said, that there also be input from the planning board. If, for example, the building heights are going to be reduced, what the impacts of that are.
Okay, my only, and again, I'll defer to Mr. Kupfer, Attorney Kendrick, is that this is a fluid discussion. So what are you referring? You have to have a specific proposal, to me, to refer to the planning board, because we already have their input and their thoughts on it. So, I mean, I don't want to send something nebulous to them. They debate it, come back with a recommendation, and we're right back where we are right now. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I think the point, if I understood what Mr. O'Neill was saying, if we're going to make changes, which I think would be considered with Ms. Lutke's proposal, that the impacts of that be considered as well as part of the overall item.
Yeah, okay. You know, I'm just don't want to get into a circular reference here that, you know, we're going around and around. And that's, I mean, it's up to us to make the decision.
Okay, and maybe the zoning committee can just do that informally, but yeah.
Attorney Kendrick?
One more legal point, Mr. President. Another issue statutorily, we have closed the public hearing, correct? Public hearing's closed? Okay. So statutorily, pursuant to Section 5, General Law, Chapter 48, we are now on a 90-day clock.
Okay.
So that just, I wanted to add that for your consideration. And if you all want to take a break for us to also come back and give you an opinion with respect to procedurally sending it to the subcommittee, let us know.
Okay. Would you like to take a break, or can we come to some? My preference is to try to get this done tonight, but that may not be possible.
May I?
Councilor Burdick?
I mean, we can just continue, and you can make your amendment, Betty, as it exists at all. We'll discuss that, and then vote on it. And then if that doesn't go, we still have the, as proposed by the planning board.
All right.
I mean, that's up to you, of course.
Okay.
But,
now,
I mean, there's also a third option, which was what was proposed to the planning board.
Which was what?
What Bob Schulte presented. There's three options then.
Which is what Councilor Keene was essentially the planning board recommendation, correct?
Right, and that was my initial question, because that's really a separate thing. Why can't we just vote on that first to do the mean height, and then we can handle the rest of these things? I could make a motion to amend sections 1, 2, and 3 of the code in such a way, as you did essentially, and then vote on that, and then any other sections to be amended can be a separate vote.
So if I may,
Counselor Keene?
I think the problem with decoupling these,
Yeah.
as Jim Kupfer was saying, is that the existing code specifies height
Correct.
and stories, is that right? And to the floor plate. And so if we amend only one part, but we're sort of in a no man's land where the existing code doesn't match up to this natural mean grade and so on. So I do think it's right that we need to address both comprehensively, both the height and the issues about ridgeline. I would suggest, and I'm happy to make this in a motion, that we simply continue, that we refer this to the zoning committee with instructions to come back to us with a revised proposal or the existing proposal at a date certain.
Okay. Attorney Kendrick?
She wants a break.
Quick.
Is that?
A quick question. There has been a recommendation, perhaps, that this be referred for, this is how, I'm asking how this would be done. Is it possible to refer to this to, let me back up. If we continue this to a date certain, for example, the first meeting in March, we'd still be within the 90 days, obviously. But could we also refer it to the zoning subcommittee for further discussion? There's nothing to preclude us from, I don't believe, is there, from having a discussion at the subcommittee level?
I would ask for just a brief break, Mr. President, just because
Okay.
I'm not the parliamentary procedure isn't my area of expertise. So I think if we could just to make sure
Okay.
that if I could confer with someone who is, it's much more in their wheelhouse, so we make sure that we're doing this correctly. Just maybe perhaps a couple-minute break.
We'll take 5 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, thank you.
If councilors would take their seats, please. All right, if anyone would take their seats, please. Okay, after consultation with legal counsel, we are going to move this to a subsequent meeting and come up with a suitable amendment. That Council Vice President Clark?
You don't want the next one?
No, give 20, say the 22nd.
Thank you, Council President Tamish. I move that we refer this item, agenda item, to the council meeting on March 26th.
No.
Oh, you want the 12th?
Yeah, I want to say the 12th.
Take that back. I move that we refer this to the next the town council meeting on March 12th, 2026.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. No, we're going to go up.
Did you want a full month or to the next, 2 weeks out?
Can we resolve the question in 2 weeks?
That's you.
Yeah. Okay. The motion has been made, second. Any discussion on the motion? Councilor Ledke.
Yes, President Tamish, when you first said it, you had a two-part. We were going to move it and come up with a suitable amendment. What's the mechanism for the suitable amendment?
You have proposed an amendment. I would have you consult with Mr. Kupfer as to the specific verbiage that would encompass, hopefully, what we've heard tonight. I mean, we can continue this discussion, but I just don't I don't know how we're going to blend the two in a relatively short period of time here, but which is why
I would like to hear from everybody a little bit. I think that would be helpful because...
Point of order, we are in a vote?
No, we're in discussion.
About the amendment.
Yeah, it's been motion made and seconded. Now discussion on the motion to continue it to March. No? I thought you did.
I think a second is needed at this time.
I thought there was a second.
Oh, you did second it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard a second somewhere. All right, so any further discussion on this motion to move it to the 22nd?
March 12th.
Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
March 12th. Okay, yeah.
12th, okay. March 12th.
Counselors, Deleuze.
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow.
Yes.
That's 13 yes.
Okay, thank you. The motion does pass. So this 2026-005 has been moved to March 12th, continued to March 12th. Okay. Which one? 087? Okay. With the leave of the council, I'd like to take 2026-087 out of order here. I didn't realize that the airport manager was here. So, Councilor Bloom, could you read that in, please?
Yes, Mr. President, what page is it on?
96 or 2.
Yeah. Twenty 2026-089 is an order approving amendments to the town.
87.
I'm sorry, 87. 2026-087 is an authorizing the grant of an easement for gas facilities on town-owned land at 790 Iano Road in Hyannis. This may be acted upon by a majority vote of the town council.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. Mr. LaRosa.
Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. As part of the development of the landing at Hyannis, located at 790 INO Road in Hyannis, the Airport Commission's ground lessee has constructed 2 buildings and related infrastructure. The development will require gas service from National Grid to one of the buildings, which is the proposed relocation of Panera Bread. Before agreeing to install gas service to a property, National Grid requires the grant of an easement to National Grid or one of its related entities, which would provide them with the right to install and maintain their gas service on the property. The authorization requested from the Town Council would allow the Airport Commission, on behalf of the town, to grant such an easement to National Grid or one of its related entities, including the Boston Gas Company. The proposed easement would allow National Grid to extend a gas service line from an existing underground gas main on the east edge of the property, which would run underground in a westerly direction to the future Panera Bread restaurant. National Grid will install both the new underground gas line and provide metered gas service for the restaurant. The easement area consists of approximately 3,245 square feet located on the town's airport property and is shown as 10-foot wide gas utility easement to building face for the benefit of National Grid on the plan that's attached to the item. The vote would authorize the Airport Commission to make minor changes to the easement area, which could be needed based on the final requirements of National Grid.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson, did you have anything to add, or are you all set?
You did great, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Councilors Keene,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold.
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Yes.
Burdick, Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze.
Yes.
That's 13 yes.
The motion does pass. Thank you.
Thank you, councilors.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just a point of order. Given the continuation of 2026-005 till March, does it make sense to also continue 006 and 007, given that they seem to be kind of related?
Well, what would be the consensus of the council on that? I don't think they're within the same 4 corners. Obviously, the subjects are different. Obviously, they're all zoning, but the subject matter is different. If we continue them, I believe that what we should do first is at least open the public hearing and continue it so they do not have to be re-advertised, if that's the consensus of the council.
It's just a question.
Yeah, any thoughts?
I'd like to try to vote on them. I think they're different enough.
It is 11:15, so obviously when we start that article, we can continue it till its conclusion. There are a couple of things. There is a referral to the next meeting on appropriation order I'd like to get in. And all right. Any thoughts? Consensus?
I think we should read that, the referral.
Yeah. Councilor Burdick?
we could take the two easy ones, meaning the two procedural things. Well, we have one procedural thing, and then we have our town council rule change. We could take those and be done with them, and we could maybe go after one of the other ones. But I think maybe do the two one-offs, and then, so we
Okay.
don't lose them.
Okay. So what I would do then is, Councilor Clark, any other thoughts? We all set? All right. 2026-090.
Thank you. This is new business. Agenda item 2026-090, appropriation order in the amount of $105,000 for the purpose of funding additional fiscal year 2026 operating expenses at the town's municipal golf courses. I refer this to a public hearing on February 26, 2026.
Okay. The motion has been made and seconded to refer this to a public hearing on 2/26/26. Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Levesque.
Yes.
Ledke,
Yes.
Penn,
I'm sorry, yes?
thank you. Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark.
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
13 yes.
Thank you. Motion does pass. Counselor Crowe, could you do 26089, please?
This is item in old business, 2026-089, or may be acted upon by a majority vote. Order approving amendments to the town council rules.
Second.
Okay. Motion has been made and seconded. I recognize Tom LaRosa, Assistant Town Attorney.
Good evening, councilors. Tom LaRosa, First Assistant Town Attorney. The Town Council rules currently do not address the use of official Town Council stationery. The proposed amendments to the rules recognize and prescribe the use of official Town Council stationery in two ways. First, official Town Council stationery with letterhead listing all of the members of the Town Council would be used for correspondence that sets forth the position of the Town Council as a body, as approved by the vote of the Town Council, and which is signed on behalf of the Town Council by the Council President, or in his or her absence, the Council Vice President. Such stationery may be used by the Town Council President for communications on ministerial matters involving the Town Council. Second, because each Town Councilor needs to be able to use official stationery for correspondence in his or her individual capacity, the proposed amendments to the rules would authorize and require the use of separate official stationery for individual councilors to use for their official communications. Such stationery could not be used to speak on behalf of or to represent the views of the Town Council as a body. The Town Council President would set a uniform format for this stationery.
Thank you. Any discussion? My right, on my left? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Ledke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Absolutely.
Keen,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
13 yes.
The motion does pass.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, as far as 006 and 007, because they have been advertised, I have to open the public hearings, and then we will continue the public hearings to the same date, March 12th. Okay. Councilor Starr, if you could read in 2026-006, please.
Okay, thank you. This is order of old business number 2026-006, amending the code of the Town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 240, zoning to repeal the downtown village district and amend the zoning map to replace the downtown village district with the downtown neighborhood zoning district. This is a public hearing, roll call, 2/3 full council vote.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Do I have a motion to continue the public hearing to March 12th?
Second.
Excuse me? Is there,
I was just wondering why not the 26th?
what date? I'm sorry.
I meant sooner. I meant in 2 weeks instead of a month. Just a question. I don't know why we're skipping a meeting.
Okay, could I have a motion to continue this to the 26th
February.
of February?
So moved.
February, okay? Okay. Motion made and seconded to continue the public hearing to the 26th of February. Any discussion on moving it to the 26th? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselors, Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Yes.
Burdick, Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keen,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Yes.
Ludke, 13 yes.
Thank you. Counselor Scheingold, I guess it would be. Could you read in 2026-007, please?
Uh, 26087, old business.
No, 007.
007.
Sorry. Okay. Yes, it's item 2026-007, amending the code of the town of Barnstable, Part 1, General Ordinances, Chapter 240 zoning to amend the area in the downtown Main Street district where ground floor commercial space is required.
Okay, motion has been made and seconded. At this point, I will open the public hearing on this item. Do I have a motion to continue the public hearing to,
So moved.
sorry, Counselor Ledke, you had a question?
I believe we could do this one rather quickly. I would do a straw poll. I don't think there's going to be many people that have any kind of problem with this. Main Street has always been commercial. The discussion came up when the Wynn Building came. That was a bank. It was always a commercial area. Unless somebody is just completely opposed to this, I think we could knock it out and just stop
Well-
loading up our future agendas.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor. I guess that would be considered discussion on it. I was just think it would be easier to keep them all together. It's 5 minutes of 11. We don't know what kind of a discussion we're going to have on it, so, you know, if
It'd be
there's a-
worth it. We already knocked out the parking one, so we've already taken them separately. I don't know, maybe a straw poll if people are ready to vote.
I'd be happy to withdraw the motion to continue, and I think Councilor Kulutke might be right. It might be a pretty quick one.
Okay, all right.
President Samish, we're going to be discussing probably a special permit, possibly. The discussion's probably going to be a little bit longer than they might think.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, do we want to hash this out or keep them all together? Straw poll here? Thoughts?
Yes, what Councilor Levesque is referring to is the planning board inserted a special permit so that people building in this zone could come to the planning board and not have to put a commercial on the first floor. We do not have to accept that. Maybe Jim could speak to that.
Well,
Let's vote.
I mean, we're either going to get into the article or we're not. So I guess if you want to discuss it, we'll get into it. So let's see, it's been read in, so we'll do it here. At this point, I will open the public hearing. Then the motion to continue has been withdrawn, so I will open the public hearing. I will recognize Jim Kupfer, I believe. Is he hiding there somewhere? Oh, there he is. Didn't see him. I'll recognize Mr. Kupfer for the, oh, wait a minute, public hearings. Anybody want to be to be heard on the public hearing? All right. Okay, Mr. Schulte? Sorry for the confusion here.
Bob Schulte from Centerville. Just a brief comment. I guess I would recommend that you reject the special permit process. My concern is you set up two classes of property owners, those on Main Street between Ocean and C Street that do not have the ability to apply for a special permit. You'll have a group of people from Ocean to Pleasant that will be able to. I just worry that sets up the town for potential litigation. Somebody who says they want to do it on Main Street, that lives between Ocean and C Street, and they suddenly can't. The other thing is we do have the regulatory agreement process. So if there is somebody who comes to us with a genuine interest, they can go through the regulatory agreement. The special permit is one thing, but the regulatory agreement is a little bit more rigorous process. If it's going to be a compelling argument, it should go through the regulatory agreement process, I think, rather than a special permit. So I would say accept the recommendation of the ad hoc and reject the special permit process. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good points. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one. Lynn, is there anyone online? Seeing no one, I would...
Mr. President, point of order.
Yeah.
There were people who waited hours to speak, and then we began the process of moving this to another date, and they got up and left. I don't know how that looks optically about all of a sudden we decided that we were going to vote on it after they left.
Well, unfortunately, we are in the public hearing, and we started taking testimony on it. My answer to that would be, don't count your chickens. What's the saying? Don't count your chickens till the eggs are hatched.
Just putting it out there.
All right. I agree. I believe never mind. Well, we won't go there. I don't believe those people were here for this one. They were okay, but I think we're certainly well within our rights to go forward on this. So, Mr. Kupfer.
Absolutely, yes, sir. So ground floor commercial space, just going to recap. This is extending from the original zoning or the earlier zoning from the early 2000s that required commercial space from Ocean Street to C Street. There's been a lot of discussion about extending that along Main Street, so requiring commercial space on the first floor, Ocean Street to C Street. This is geographically what it looks like in the previous zoning, in our existing zoning. And now the recommendation through the ad hoc committee and town council is to extend the mandate of commercial on the first floor from Ocean Street to Pleasant Street, so essentially just to Bradford's Hardware. And this went to the planning board. The planning board did further recommend that a provision be added to allow for residential use on the first floor via the issuance of a special permit from the planning board, which would apply only to properties located along Main Street from Ocean Street to Pleasant Street. So their recommendation is a special permit allowance within that blue box where the red arrow is. However, again, as was mentioned, the town council and ad hoc committee recommended the mandate of commercial from Ocean to Pleasant Street.
Okay, thank you. Council discussion. Go ahead, Council.
I will move the question.
No, let us discuss it.
All right, there's a motion. Okay, there's a motion to move the question. All right, it's non-debatable. Madam Clerk.
No.
Counselors, to move the question. Scheingold.
I have a couple of points of order. One is, do we need to...
No, we do
don't
not.
need a motion?
No.
For 11. And what exactly are we voting on? Is the one with
To move the question means that cut off debate and go directly to a vote.
Okay, and the question is, with the special permit or
Yes.
without the special permit?
This, as written, is without a special permit.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So,
No, they didn't.
So we're not voting to,
No, the
allow-
only thing we're voting on right now
Oh, I know what
is
we're
to
voting.
cut off debate and move the question. So I want to limit it to that.
okay, that's fine. On the point, the item,
There's no special permit?
I need to know whether the special permit is allowed or not allowed under this.
All right, well, just, excuse me. The question is simply, at this point, to move the question. So you're either going to vote to continue discussion or to cut off discussion. So, okay?
Okay.
So, also, I guess I did not close the public hearing.
Thank you.
So the public hearing is closed.
Okay.
Make sure everyone understands, a yes vote is to cut off
Correct.
debate. A no vote is to
Continue
continue.
discussing it and answering questions.
I vote
Madam
no.
Clerk?
Closed.
Madam Clerk?
Okay, I'm ready. Let's see. Scheingold,
No.
Starr,
No.
Tamish,
No.
Bloom,
No.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
No.
Crocker,
No.
Crow,
No.
Deleuze,
No.
Keen,
No.
Levesque,
No.
Ledke,
Yes.
Penn.
Yes.
Okay. The noes have it, sorry.
Okay?
Yeah.
The motion does not pass, so we are free to discuss it further. Is there any further discussion? Counselor Crowe?
I'd like to know yes or no, if voting yes on this thing allows the special permit process or does not allow.
As of right now, the proposal before you does not include a special permit provision, so it would be mandated commercial on the first floor to Pleasant Street. So no special permit provision. We do have, just like all the others, an amendment drafted if you wanted to consider the special permit. But as of right now, the proposal before you does not include that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on my left?
Yeah,
Counselor
Jim,
Schmeigel?
could you just summarize what the pros and cons are of having an amendment with a special permit? And one point was raised about the legal susceptibility of having a special permit for just part of the area to challenge. If you can speak to it, or town council.
Sure, I can give that a shot, and council can expand if she'd like. But ultimately, some of the pros and cons, obviously, in previous discussion when we were initially discussing the length of mandated commercial, the concern was if you were expanding that too long and mandating a certain use, and that use is not a viable use in a certain area, you're going to get unintended consequences, maybe uses that you are not interested in seeing, or vacant properties. That discussion led to a reduced expansion of that commercial space, so the space that you see there now. Now, in terms of the special permit provision, I think where that is leading to is the discussion of a recent case that we had here in the town of Barnstable in terms of a special permit allowance and a denial, and it really turned into a case where the onus was on the town to prove otherwise, that use wasn't a good use for the location. So that's just a recent example, if that's what you're referring to. And then lastly, the process. So for a special permit, it would only be for locations between Ocean Street and Pleasant Street, well, at least as the planning board has recommended. And so any property owner on that stretch would be required to submit a special permit application to the planning board, hold a public hearing for a residential use on the first floor. So that would give an allowance for an option for residential on that distance.
Okay. Any further discussion on my right? Seeing none? Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm
If I
sorry.
may, just real quick, just adding to, this is in the regulatory district, so that is an opportunity for property owners if they so chose to do a different use.
Attorney Kendrick?
Just to clarify for your purposes, it's just Jen Kendry, Assistant Town Attorney. But having the special permit with respect to starting it, ending at one street, whereas you don't get that benefit for the remainder, that's not going to subject you to liability civilly. I think I may have misunderstood Mr. Schulte, but I think he suggested that by allowing residential by special permit between these two streets, as the planning board suggested, and not to the remainder, would subject us to civil liability, but that is not accurate.
Okay.
Just,
So that was a concern, I didn't say, sure, yeah. So that was a concern I had with that, I wasn't making a legal statement.
oh, no, but I'm an attorney, so I'm just letting them know. Yeah, no, just, no, I understand.
All right.
I didn't know.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Counselors Starr,
Yes.
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keene,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
13 yes.
The motion does pass. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Tamish,
Yes.
Bloom,
Yes.
Burdick,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Crocker,
Yes.
Crow,
Yes.
Deleuze,
Yes.
Keene,
Yes.
Levesque,
Yes.
Ludke,
Yes.
Penn,
Yes.
Scheingold,
Yes.
Starr.
Yes.
We are adjourned.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience and understanding here.